Would it have been enough?
Look, I don't know. We don't know. It doesn't matter anymore. We're on to the next one at this point, and here it is. Rob TV and his Karen versus Dual Kevin and his Rashid.
I don't care what you say, Steve. Like, I think Frost right now is looking like MVP material, man.
Oh, yeah,
the way they've been playing, the way they've been putting L's on the board for other teams, man. It's just been phenomenal so far. Man, all these weeks are mad good.
Every week, man. Week after week. Low forward on the check. They said classic Rob. The way Dual Kevin was talking about these classic Rob.
Let me see if he knows about the classic tunes, all right? Let me see if Dual Kevin knows what a classic is.
If that dashback thing is true, Crouching Fierce coming from Rashid is going to be really helpful when, you know, making a Rob TV slow down. But it's not so far, and he's already in the corner. Half stun, big jump in, and he's going to switch sides, and that damage is looking a lot better for Dual Kevin. Another back throw, sets up the tornado with the V trigger, going to use it just to, you know, traverse the screen, the jump
away from Rob
and
TV.
the punish.
And the corner carry, V trigger is on the table for Rob TV. Might not have to use it. Might use it for the V reversal just in case Kevin comes on in there.
Stand medium kick. Look at the range. He's so aware where these normals gonna hit.
You have got to be kidding me.
This dude. What?
How did he react to that?
Dual Kevin.
Is that a read?
The second one. You don't want to test it now. You do not want to test it now. No Eagle Spikes. None of that.
Max
the overhead.
distance overhead. Yo.
That was a big brain read right there. Let him walk into it. He let him walk into it. Ow. Don't you ever.
Don't you ever tell me to block.
Oh,
word?
Rob TV getting pressured so heavily. Punish. Okay. Standing Fierce goes for the Rasenhat on the follow-up. That corner getting closer and closer to Rob TV, especially after that forward throw. Excuse me, Dual Kevin, especially after the forward throw from Rob TV.
Gotcha. And I like Dual Kevin kind of teasing the range of the low forward against Rob TV and checking him immediately. Nice sweep there from Rob TV. Not going into the trigger just yet.
Yeah, whiff punish on that standing medium kick. One of the things we said, he's one of the only Rashids to do.
Oh, speaking of, whiff punish again. Activate, mix up city. You can't press a button.
You should have known better not to hit a button. One round apiece, excuse me. Full CA available for Karen, and you can see Rob TV up in that right-hand corner. He does not seem too phased. Knows he has a lot of resources, and if he plays it properly, he can cycle it back in and end this round with a CA on. Oh, crush. V-skill gonna build up a little more. Stand light kick. He holds up back, but there's another forward throw from Rob TV. Off the back.
Big cross counter.
Wow.
I like Dual Kevin going for the jump off of the wall rather than the straight down short. Getting that bait against Rob TV. Trying to turn the tables now. Yeah, crouch fierce into the buffer. Here comes the V-trigger. Oh, the dunks.
And just backing up now. Life lead definitely in favor of Rob TV.
Ooh. A little off the mark for the anti-air. Checks with the sweep. Back to back. There's the trigger.
Wake up, stand light kick. Forward throw. Jumps out.
Nice work. Good recognition from Rob. Is it enough?
This dude is actually ridiculous. He's the back. What did he say? It's classic Rob TV. It's classic Rob TV.
Classic Rob TV.
You know you got the better neutral.
Oh!
Definitely got the better neutral.
Oh, damn!
I think it's crazy because we're the only people reacting in the studio. They're like, what just happened? Nobody's moving. I'll tell you later. I'll tell you when you're older, Rip. Calm down. On your next birthday, I got you, bro. All right, here we go.
He's gonna write it down for him, put it in an envelope. Hey, be safe on your birthday.
Put a $20 bill in there with it. There you go, man.
You write
Have
it on
fun.
the bill? This is what he said. Rosebud. Calm down, Steve. Here we go. Rob TV already pushing Dual Kevin to the corner. A good amount of life on the side of Rob TV. Great check on the stand strong. One more sequence. Medium kick, classic Rob.
Ow.
Hollywood.
Hollywood.
Round 2.
I'm gonna just start yelling it out across arenas. And I'm like, Hollywood.
Hollywood.
Like an old dude from
Ain't
the
up to
South.
no good.
Always up to no good.
And then you finish with all right, all right,
all
all
right,
right.
all right. All right, that's the
Keep
fourth
it
throw.
together. We're professionals. Calm down. Block
throw.
string up.
And remember, Samurai
Anti-air. Yes, sir.
still waiting. Samurai still waiting. Dude.
Oh,
Punish.
just slightly mistimed.
Spins the meter, uses the EX dash, gets out of the corner, fights back to the middle of the stage. Trigger is available for Karen. Oh, a B reversal. I'm not sure if that was the smart thing to do.
Okay. Oh, activation, you're checking this.
Uh-oh. Okay, it's not over yet. Trigger is
E
still
extra
there.
cent, huh? Man, you took a gamble on that one. Activate off the sweep. Back throw. No chase down. Oh, there it is.
Wake
Duck.
up, backdash. Checks the
Damn.
jab. That's going to
Rob
be game
is
number 2.
Actually godlike.
You doing?
Oh my
What's
God.
up?
My man, yo, bitch, and then almost dropped the combo.
Why you feel offended, boy? Let's eat. Why you feel offended, boy? Let's eat, boy. You know where we from. You know how we do it. Let's eat. Hit the button then. Let's go. Hit the button then. Let's go. Hit the button then. I hit the button already, motherfucker. I hit the button. Let's go. I hit the button. Let's eat then. Hit that button. I'm right here. I'm right here. Let's eat. I'm done talking. I'm done talking.
You a baby in the FGC. I beat you. Let's go.
Yes. Yes.
We about to have some fun. I'm not doing that.
Woo. He said, Rob, you a baby in the FGC.
I've been here. I've been here. What's good, baby? Oh my God. Oh no! You hate to see it, Steve.
It ain't over. It's still not over. It is not over.
Nice tech from Rob TV. Good anticipation for the throw.
Big jump in.
Oh no!
Ooh. I feel it. I can feel the earth moving beneath my feet.
I feel the sky tumbling down.
I can feel it.
Tumbling down.
Oh, he's got him swinging. He's got him swinging, Rob TV.
Oh no, he's in his head. Dual Kevin's been in this situation so many more times than Rob TV. But still, you can't count him out. Some of the best neutral in the business, Rob TV. Trying to make it happen. Slight delay on the crowd strong. Getting this carry as well. Good amount of damage with the bar to back it up.
Nice. Sets out the tornado. Tries to punish with the fierce. No punish. Forward throw. He wants that corner. Dual Kevin wants to keep that corner. V-trigger getting closer and closer. Uh-oh, for Rob TV. He's going to need something. There it is. V-reversal,
excellent choice.
I don't know. I'm not sure. How is he supposed to come back now? Dual Kevin,
just like
wake
that.
up the extra sin hop.
Oh,
Hit the
do
shoulder.
it again. Woke up with the button.
I'll be... Oh, my boy Dual Kevin walked over there with his hand out like, you better shake it. Everybody, move. Shake my hand. Everybody. Look, even NuckleDu got a smile at that. That was...
Oh, no.
Let's take a look back.
I can't breathe.
These matches, oh my God, that was godlike, and that was the first round. And that was the first round. Look at the control Dual Kevin has. I see Rob TV try to make that comeback, and it's a very, very odd twist of events considering we were talking about how valuable Rob TV is to the team, right? How much of an MVP he could be considered. And here you come,
no.
Dual Kevin.
Pound for
Kevin.
pound competitors here, man. It was down to the wire for both players, and it came down to who had the most heart. Honestly, it was a classic fight scene,
He
man.
said, what did he say? He said, that's basic Rob TV. Is that what he
He's
said?
classic Rob
he said
TV.
it's classic Rob TV.
He had him on his scouter right before they even met. He knew what the game plan was and executed it down to the T.
Nice interrupt here. You see Rob TV get his bearings about, right? We go to a game number 3 after the pop-off and run up standing roundhouse to bait the throw and look at the combo conversion. Big damage. Look at the life bar on the side of Dual Kevin.
Oh, man.
Another jump in and then the little shimmy right there. And look at this. That's why I said I don't think you should have V-reversed.
You're right.
There.
No, you're thinking back at it, I think you're right.
2 times he V-reversed. I would not have done. Yes.
I've been here,
Yes,
Steve.
I've been here.
I've been here.
He said.
You can't censor me.
2017? He said 2017, I've been here.
What are you
I've been
talking
here.
about? You know how many stages I've been on? Yo, I was
I've been
CEO
here.
top 8. I was in the ring. I was
I've been
there.
here.
Give me the gold.
Here.
I want the gold. Give me the gold.
Nah, real talk, that was a ridiculous set. That set was actually...
It's fire. It's pretty good. pretty good.
Did you hear what the Rob TVs? Did you hear? Excuse me, not Rob TV. Did you hear what Team Frost was getting told? He's like, yo, you know what? Your neutrals are better than Rob TVs. And then Samurai was like, yeah, your neutral is better than Rob. I'm like,
That
why
was
would
the
you
best.
say
As
that?
soon as Sherry was like, yo, I'm going to pump up my team captain. Yo, your neutral was better. And then Samurai doubled down and was like, you know what? Your neutral
You know
is
what?
better.
Your neutral is better.
And Kevin was like, I believe now.
That was the
The
power up.
trifecta
That's why you need the support
has
of
come
the squad.
together.
That's why you need the support of the squad to get these W's. You want to talk. You want the conversation. You want to be able to, you know, exchange words. Those tips will definitely help out. Well, I'm sorry. Rip's waving his hands. I think the team that won.
Let's take a look one more time.
One more time?
How it ended outside of the game, right? Again, Kevin just going absolutely wild. But it's all in good fun.
Right.
These guys,
The handshake was
to the end.
real.
We had to show it. I didn't want to just leave it at him yelling at him because I was, you know, Rob TV is a sportsman. He's got sportsman-like conduct. He's got really, really gracious ways of losing. He's not a sore loser. I could have phrased it better, but you know what? I'm mumbo-jumboed right now.
Well, look, I'm
It's
pretty
just-
sure we can get it phrased perfectly from the team that just won. We're going to take it to Rip. He's on the stage with Team Frost.
Team Frost handing Team Gale their first loss of the season. Congratulations, you guys. Duel Kevin. Wow.
Nah, it's just that's my brother Rob, yo. It's like it's like because we have that same kind of energy. That's why we're both like well-training partners. Even with, like we talk a lot about the game, so it brings the fire in me. It brings the fire in him. That's why everybody grows 10 times stronger per event. We go 100 times stronger per event, and that's real.
No, it definitely was, man. That was well played all around.
What's going on, everybody? Vicious here with a quick update in regards to what's going on with Street Fighter League Season 3 and its current roster. Before I get into it, I hope you guys have been doing well during these trying times and have been doing your best to keep yourselves safe as well as your loved ones. For those that may or may not know, NuckleDu announced his retirement from Street Fighter V July 6th of 2020. Since then, we've reached out to him privately, and thankfully, NuckleDu has decided to continue competing for Street Fighter League Season 3 alongside Team Dynamite. From the bottom of our hearts, we're so grateful that he's safe and healthy. We're grateful that he's taking the time out to be a part of Street Fighter League once again. As we all know, it couldn't be the same without him. We thank you for giving us some of our favorite memories of Street Fighter. And of course, we thank you for being part of the fighting game community. Without further ado, we hope you guys enjoy this season of Street Fighter League, because as we all know, it's only getting better. And for now, we'll see you guys at the preseason.
Welcome back. Street Fighter League Season 3 continues. This is the preseason, by the way, so don't worry, you guys did not miss anything. I am Tasty Steve, joined by none other than my bro Vicious, and we're going to be giving you guys the ones and twos on what's happening in the preseason before the real season of Street Fighter League. Now, just to let you guys know, just to keep you up on what's happening, we've already had a few of these exhibition matches to kind of display some of our talent that we have here. But that's just a small piece of what's happening here in Street Fighter League. We've actually made it even bigger and better than before. Our talent pool is international now. That means we got players from across the pond. We got the UK in the building. We got Hong Kong in the building, and they will get an opportunity to be on the winning team that will go up against Team Japan in the finals, just like last year. Just so you guys are sure that you know who the captains are, and I guarantee you they're some of the best, is because we pulled them from the CPT leaderboard. So that means these guys are professionals. They've had a few CPT points or two. I mean, a billion if you count Punk, but that's just the case thing.
And we're going to break down for you what the teams are going to be composed of, like which players are going to be on what team. So to kind of break it down, NASR is bringing to the table Bigbird, Angrybird, and Samurai. UIU bringing their captain Oil King, NL, and Kami. Team all in with iDom, Phenom, 801 Strider, Alpha 3 with Punk, CJ Truth and Nephew, Psycho Shinobi with Hot Dog, Infexious, and Xian, and of course Dynamite with
Dynamite
X, NuckleDu, and Smug.
And of course, this is for the Season 3 schedule. Just to break it down a little further, 9 weeks of preseason action. That's going to be 15 weeks of regular season. And then we have 1 week of postseason play. And of course, the Season 3 finals will be against SFL Team Japan. So if and when we get that champion, we will find out. Mago holding it down. We saw it. We commentated it with our very own eyes. And personally, I can't wait for it to happen again, because I can tell you right now, Street Fighter League, the finals was amazing. The trailers, the way that they put everything that they put together to show what happened in Street Fighter League in Japan has been some of the most amazing things I've ever seen. And on top of that, it does a great job of highlighting the community.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we're very, very excited to bring you Season 3. But before we do all that, we've had the preseason locked down. We're actually checking them out with some of the players to kind of showcase what they're about and potential scouting matches for some of the players in the marquee matches for the undercard. So first week, we went over Commander Jesse, Alex Myers. Second week, we went over NL and John Ding. For the third week, we do have Psycho and Brian F, two Floridian boys. Well, to be honest, Brian F is in Milwaukee now, but the fact of the matter is they are previous SFL competitors.
Yeah.
In Season 1, it's going to be very interesting to see them go at it and see what Psycho's been up to, really, because, again, he's been part of the CPT as well, but since everybody's been on lockdown, we haven't really seen too much of certain players, so I'm kind of curious to see what Psycho has been up to for Season 5.
Well, I mean, if any of these last matches we've seen in previous weeks are any kind of indication, I think we got quite the match lined up. I mean, Psycho versus Brian F. Brian F has been kind of on a tear these last few months. I've seen him playing many tournaments. I've seen him playing some online tournaments, including NLBC, and Brian F has been continually stepping up. So that's one of our matches for today. On the other end, we have none other than CJ Truth representing Alpha 3 going up against Dual Kevin, like you said before, now moved, still one of my favorite players from Street Fighter League Season 2, just from the moves that he's made. I remember when Dual Kevin started playing Street Fighter, he was actually at my spot playing with me, and he was like, yo, I want to make waves in Street Fighter, so it makes me happy to see him not only be in Season 2, but to return for Season 3.
So it's going to be pretty interesting, right? For the marquee matches, we have veterans from Street Fighter League, and technically they're all a part of Florida. In a sense.
Technically.
CJ Truth is there right now. He's been from Florida. Dual Kevin moved into Florida with NuckleDu and Rob TV. So that's a pretty big deal. So it's going to be Battle of Florida.
Dang.
The party don't stop.
Battle of Florida. Well, this is definitely going to be good. I can't wait to get into it. You seen how it went down previous week, so go get your snacks, go get yourselves a drink, and tweet your friends, because right after this break, we're getting into our matches for this week. Stay tuned.
My unveiling. I will be exposed to the entire world. When the time of the prophecy comes, when all is revealed, then the people of the world will rejoice, already knowing who I am. Call me Lord and Emperor. return to harmony. Seraphic wing! My perfection does not require any training.
I'll take you downtown. Boom! That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go. Lift up. That's that.
Seraphic wing!
Week 3 Street Fighter League preseason. Preseason of the 3 nonetheless, and we're already set up with our next matches. Tasty Steve.
Vicious.
And we're already set. Now, we talked about Psycho versus Brian F being our first match. Brian F, definitely no stranger to the world of Street Fighter League, nor is Psycho. I'm a big fan and a friend of Brian F. Psycho is one of those guys I was not too familiar with until I saw him on Street Fighter League, and I was very much impressed. I'm interested to see what he's doing now because I haven't heard too much from him, but a chance to showcase that talent coming into this season, this preseason, I should say. So talk to us a little bit about those guys.
So the history behind Psycho and Brian F is that they were former teammates, part of Team Spirit, if I'm not mistaken, guided by Justin Wong in season 1, right? But the problem is, Brian F, right, he didn't really get to play Balrog too much. He was the target of the band's majority of the time. So a lot of the pressure went towards Psycho and Justin Wong. So it's kind of interesting to see this dynamic being played out again. I want to see what Brian F has to deliver against Psycho. As a matter of fact, I want to just see what Psycho has with this new NuckleDu season 5, honestly, because it's been a while since we've seen him, I'm not gonna lie, in terms of the CPT performance and just his presence overall. But that doesn't take away from the fact that he's a very, very strong player. He was on Street Fighter League for a reason. And we actually have a couple words from him in this interview saying what he's been up to and what he's gonna do for this matchup.
Dude, it's insane. Like, you literally cannot call like which team is going to take it. Like, you can't tell who's the weak team. You can't tell who's the strongest team. They're just all insane, man. And I think every single team there has the potential to beat Japan for sure. Like, there isn't a weak team this year. Insane. I'm super excited, dude. Today I'm playing against my boy Brian F, and dude's a super strong player. I play like usually one style against Brian, and it's to manipulate his spacing. I feel like it's one of the few things that I'm actually like a lot better than him at. The way to beat Brian, in my opinion, I think, is just to make him overextend. You know, Balrog with the dash punch, he tends to overextend a lot more than you have to. And that's if he picks Balrog. He might pull out the G, but assuming Balrog, yeah, just to manipulate the spacing, and then when I get the hits, making sure I'm just capitalizing on every hit I get, and, you know, keeping that mix on standby.
And so Psycho, again, practicing NuckleDu for the most part. I'm kind of curious to see what he's going to present towards Brian F, because Brian F, man, he's a monstrosity of a player, honestly. This guy has evolved from just being a Balrog main to just a Street Fighter player in general. And I mean that in the sense that he's been picking up so many other characters and doing really, really well.
I think that Brian F has shown some of like the most exponential growth when it comes to a player from Street Fighter V. Street Fighter V is definitely like kind of carving its own history of players, and that's one of the things I love about Street Fighter, because you get to highlight these players that might not be new to some, but but are new to others. Brian F is one of the shining examples of what you can look forward to and see from somebody that's established and practices Street Fighter V. Let's get some words from Brian F.
CJ Truth versus Dual Kevin, that's pretty interesting pairing because I think both of those guys are masters of doing nothing, and that's definitely a compliment to the two. You can't jump at either of them. I expect this game to be a lot about what they are not doing. I wouldn't be able to call it. I think they're both two of the strongest players in the US right now, so I just know it'll be a great match to watch. In Season 1, me and Cycle were teammates, which like I said is awesome because we definitely go way back. I mean, he's one of the dudes who I would play and practice with when I was first up and coming in the FGC. I think I'm going to pick V-Skill 2 with Balrog. I don't think, he doesn't main the character. I don't think he's going to know what's up. So I'm going to power up with V-Skill 2 with Balrog, and Psycho is going to get rush punched. I mean, he's not going to know what's coming. I think I'm going to hit him with some unfamiliarity. We're in Season 5 of Street Fighter V, new V skills, new tactics, and I'm going to go with something new that he's not expecting, and I think it'll shake him up.
Brian F versus Psycho. Brian F dropping a few words of wisdom right there. An avid streamer. I feel like an educator. He's a philosopher of Street Fighter V, I say. I feel like that's what we have now in the world of Street Fighter. I consider Brian F one of the philosophers, him having some very intelligent words. But I think we're going to get into it. I think it's all been said and done. We have Brian F rocking a spiffy facial hair over here. Psycho looking just the same. Nothing's changed.
Babyface assassin. Psycho, nothing's changed. He hasn't aged a single day. Not a single season.
Not a season.
Has gone under those eye bags whatsoever. But we do have the tried and true NuckleDu coming from Psycho. Glad to see it. Oh, with V-Skill 2, that's what my question was. But Balrog, on the other hand, also has V-Skill 2. You know what that means.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to see some Dempsey rolls.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and this is perfect versus NuckleDu. This
That's true. That's
perfect
true.
versus NuckleDu, bro. Like, you cannot be able to fight NuckleDu competently if you can't slow him down. Dash punches powered up are definitely going to do that. Let's see.
He's looking for that space already. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Look, now you can't do anything. That was a perfect example of exactly what I was talking about. The fact that he went for the exact same move and got hit for it and then went for it after the V skill changed everything. Speaking of that V skill, V skill 2 from NuckleDu is definitely a topic. At the beginning of Season 5, a lot of people was talking about it, but it kind of just fell off. But that vomit that you see right there on the ground, crumple all the time, will be able to get a follow-up. It can cross you up in some instances. You got to be careful.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility behind it, right? Allowing NuckleDu to kind of traverse some of his bad matches where he gets spaced out. He gets a follow behind it. It's like an even slower sonic boom.
V-Skill 2 is so good for Balrog. And he gets so much more chip now. Activation off the standing roundhouse. Here comes NuckleDu. That V trigger never ends though. It stays there.
The trigger that never ends. I see you. Activation raw. That could have been a big deal, and I like that bust out from Psycho. It was a do or die situation because if the V skill or the V trigger hit, right, that would have done a decent amount of damage and resumed the Oki.
And he's running that Dirty Bull, so that's a command throw. So now you know that NuckleDu's gonna be a lot more, a lot more active up close with those buttons because he does not want to get caught by that V trigger too. But this is going to open up the neutral game for Brian F.
You see how active he is with the dash punches now? He's making sure that Psycho does not get a single V skill out.
So much damage.
Jeez. No bar required. No batteries necessary.
My man literally has no resources whatsoever. Literally no resources whatsoever did that much damage. And the V-Skill 2 has opened up Balrog's play so much. And look at what it's done to kind of like, separate the Balrog players now. Like the V-Skill 2, the V-Trigger 2, you get so much variety now. Uh-oh, not ready. Wow. He definitely didn't mean to do that.
100%. See, now he's playing way more compact, right? Initially off the get-go, with round 1, he was looking to kind of get his V-Skill 2 off, but now that he's kind of seeing Psycho's tendencies to activate his own V-Skill 2, he's just trying to stuff it out. And now he's just containing Psycho in this corner.
He is so getting interrupted, and you can tell that Brian F knows how to deal with a NuckleDu. Oh, he lucky. He actually got crushed in the air, so that made following up a lot harder. There's the V-Skill, and you can just see Brian F just zoning in, getting closer to that corner. Uh-oh. Full CA is available, won't even need it. Feel me though.
Oh yeah, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
I see what you did there.
Yo, Psycho. I feel like NuckleDu is very much a gatekeeper character. He has 2 very good V skills, if you ask me, and his trigger is still really, really good, especially if you can utilize it. I mean, he doesn't get access to V reversals, obviously, but I still feel like he's super strong. If you, Macho Bowl is the perfect example that you played, because there's so many other characters you have to worry about, the G's and all these other characters, but I feel like NuckleDu is still very much somebody that you're going to look at while playing in a competitive scene.
He's the kind of character that can play every one of his matchups well by just switching V skills. I feel
Yes.
like.
See?
That's the scariest thing. And then once you get that enhanced NuckleDu, it all just works together so well. There's I don't know if there's too many bad matchups for NuckleDu, but even so, at worst, it's like 6-4. It's still not bad. It's still very much so doable. And that's just the kind of character he is. So again, NuckleDu very much so a gatekeeper-esque character. He has all the tool sets to succeed. He has a command grab. He has a 3-frame normal. He has great range on his normals, by the way.
That's true.
And he also has an EX uppercut.
Yep. That counts as that's your reversal, bro. He definitely has all the tools. Block, block. Oh, you just gonna vomit on the ground, bro?
Nasty.
Okay.
Who's gonna
Jump
clean
in.
that up?
Scoop
Damn.
him in. Nice
He
button.
finds the answer by cleaning it up with Balrog. I get it. That's nasty.
Well, there it is, man. That EX Dragon Punch just to get out of the pressure.
Ooh.
I thought that was gonna work out. Lots of blocks done right there after that powered up dash punch. Oh, all you have to do is tap NuckleDu. If you can hit him, it makes the V skill 2 go away, but that's the problem. It's like a controllable sonic boom. You throw it out and you just walk behind it. Nobody wants to get close to throw up because it makes them throw up.
Yeah, that's the thing. As soon as I hear somebody gag, I kind of get the reflexes as well.
All right.
It's like, oh, geez, don't do that. Please. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
with
Okay.
finish.
Okay. And that's why you got to be careful of that V skill too. It controls the neutral even better. I felt like his V skill 1 already controlled the neutral amazing, right? But now you have a slow-moving ground projectile, which
That
is super
crumples?
foreign. It's super foreign in the world of Street Fighter. A ground projectile? Come on, dude. That crumples? Come on, man. Good punish. The whiff punish on top of that. That V skill once again.
Oh, I like that. Brian F is kind of teasing the range. He's like, yeah, go ahead, try to get this V skill 2 off. Psycho responds, I don't need it. Oh,
No
boy.
CA?
Oh, he doesn't want
No
to
CA,
do it.
no need it.
He
You
doesn't
can still
need
got
it.
trigger though. Now if he go activate,
no.
the bull is dirty. The bull is dirty.
Oh,
Well, I couldn't believe he stood there. I cannot believe he stood there. And the fact that it whipped. Okay.
oh, he's
Okay.
gonna throw up. Look at the pressure from Feel Me Dough.
Oh no.
And that's just fine with Psycho.
no.
He's like, we'll take this trade. You're gonna slip on this. Don't worry about it.
Like a banana peel, bro.
I wish it was that kind of animation where they slip.
Whoa.
Yeah,
That-
yeah. What? Just
The throwback. Whoa, whoa. Man, dude, Brian F is not looking good. Of course, this is best of 7. First of 4 is how you get the W in these exhibitions. Once again, Brian F, this is an exhibition of sorts for his skill as a hopeful for future seasons of Street Fighter League. And I think it's really cool because now we're getting kind of that door where we're getting all levels of players to get an opportunity. Psycho back obviously has made some improvements to his game.
Oh,
that
absolutely.
V skill to NuckleDu is definitely a problem. And not to take anything away from Brian F, because his Balrog is looking like the best Balrog we've seen him play in quite some time. Just not able to stop my boy Psycho from getting the game started, man.
I like how he always picks this specific outfit and color. The sequins boxing gloves.
Oh no, those are the sesame seed gloves, bro.
This is,
The sesame seed gloves. You didn't know he hit you in the face, you just spitting out. What are these seeds? It's like a bun from a burger joint, bro. Devourer.
is that time already? Devour out?
NuckleDu and the Magic School Bus. Devourer.
All right, here we go. What a
nice
whiff
whiff
punish.
punish.
Jeez.
Block, block. Just vomit on the floor. No anti-air. Yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, as long as we see this move, you're gonna hear it a couple times. I got some variations though, so it's not gonna be the same one. Stomp.
Psycho doing a great job of keeping the neutral contained and whiff punishing any sort of approach that Brian F has. But as soon as Brian closes the gap, frame trap city. Do not press on Brian. The reversal. I miss that being a regular special move.
Me too. Block. Bro, he switched to V skill 1 in between right there, Brian F.
Yeah, I mean, like, I could see him trying to traverse past the V skill 2 with it, but that's going to still be a problem if Psycho follows up behind it so close, right? He's still going to be able to block whatever's coming or even stop Balrog getting his track.
If you notice, one of the things that he's doing a lot more is that he's actually doing standing heavy kicks. And I think that is one of the reasons that V-Skill 2 for Balrog is so good. And overhead reset, this is good. One more situation can spell a win for Brian F to bring it back, and that's the power of this V-Trigger 1. Now, don't get me wrong, you get the reset powers of, V-Skill 2, V-Trigger 2. However, being able to continue that pressure is one of the things that you get while you're in V-Trigger 1. And you get the damage on top of it.
Yeah. Having that V-Skill 1 to kind of set the resets up is so important. It just goes hand in hand with V-Trigger 1, right? I think this is the better choice for Brian F. It's not more so than controlling the neutral, it's more so of the potential damage you would get from V-Trigger. And speaking of potential damage, almost working on this kill real quick.
Yo, potentially the round right here, speaking of damage. Uh-oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I may have spoke too soon. Never mind. Crank it up.
Damage,
sesame seed gloves, you ordered this. Hot off the oven, bro.
Feel good robbing me?
Yeah, a little bit.
Fair game.
A little bit.
I deserved it.
I'm tired of going back to neutral. I was like, wait a minute. We're going back to neutral. You're just laying down the vomit every time.
What did I say?
That's
That's exactly what I was talking about. Psycho says, hey man, you feel cool robbing me like that? And he was like, yeah, I was tired of getting reset in the neutral. And that's exactly what we were touching on. It was just the fact that Nakali makes you respect that neutral so much more walking behind that V-Skill 2. And Brian F was still stuck in a sense of like, well, I only have my V-Trigger 2, which is going to make him not throw out those big heavy buttons in neutral, but it's going to keep him away from you. The minute that threat left, you see more standing heavy kick. You see more activity coming from Psycho in the neutral game. But even more so, that gave Brian F the W. Because he was more active, he was able to find more of those hits. He was able to push to the corner, and those small shimmies got even stronger because that damage output to steal that first round of game number 3 is what kept him alive. Brian F still going strong.
It's mind-blowing. It's like, what should Psycho even do? It's like, how many options does he actually have? Because all of them lead to death, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He's
Okay.
got so many calculated approaches. Brian F.
No, that's definitely true.
Scientist. Oh, no. That was a great trade, by the way, for Brian.
You see what I'm talking about? Look at what he does. He literally gets a couple hits, make you block, and then back up. Heavy kick right behind it.
Whew.
There you go. Standing heavy punch. Roundhouse to answer back. Tries to go for the B skill to see if Psycho's going to take the bait. He does not, though.
Ooh, big whip punch again.
And that's, oh my gosh. B skill 2 negates all of that. B skill 2 negates all of that. We saw it in the very first round. The first interaction was a whiff punish by Psycho. But once he saw the B skill 2 power up, you can't touch dash punch anymore.
Ooh,
big jumping.
Giant jump in there from Psycho. Already getting the corner positioning. And he sets up for spin.
You see that? That was the morning heat. Like, oh.
What? What do you mean? I don't even know how to commentate this with them.
Yo, that noise, man.
Oh,
it's cool.
dumb.
And this is what I was talking about.
Do it again. Oh.
Okay. B trigger. He can go for a reset. Yeah.
Oh,
caught him
wild
reaching.
man.
Oh, wow. I did not think that was going to work. I thought he was going to get clipped by the vomit. There was no wet floor sign. He was going to slip.
Trying to rob him again.
Standing heavy kick. B reversal blocked. That was so good. That was perfect for Brian F. Because now he does not have to worry about the activation. He's going to keep a slow Nakali in control. Brian F, I see you. Man, it's crazy. The switch up on the V skills and the trigger did so much for Brian F.
Oh, boy. Dashing right out the gate. Checking the lows. Oh, using that armor. Get off me. EX upper.
Oh, God.
Oh. Don't you love that sequence? You see the fierce and then stand, jab, dash punch. It feels like Super Turbo.
I thought you were talking about the V skill 2 from Nakali for a second. I was about to say, yeah, dude, I love it.
Oh,
man.
I meant like Balrog. Just, you know? It's so good. Oh, dunks. Hard knockdown? You know it. The sweep.
Yeah, he catches him hitting the buttons on wake up. Dash punch actually gets him out of trouble. Target, once again, that's the second time we've seen that work out in his favor. Goes for the reset. Not going to have enough meters. Oh, I was wrong as hell. 2-2. 2 for me, 2 for you. Brian F. cheesing up.
Yep. You like that V reversal out of the corner though? That option select
Yeah,
dash
I like
punch?
the OS.
Yeah, that was some smart stuff right there.
I like it.
Brian F was definitely being sarcastic about that.
Yeah, I was about to say, I've been out of the game for something. He said the OS. I was like, wait, what?
I don't know about all that. Also, good change up from Psycho using the command grab into the sweep. I did mention it was a hard knockdown. That was completely false. But just having that knockdown in general where you pop him up right in front of you, you still get the Oki situation whether or not you want a meaty or command grab. It still sets you up in that potential loop, right? I was actually kind of seeing whether or not Psycho would use that meter a little bit more instead of just holding on to it because it's not helping him out once he gets in the corner, right? So he might as well use that now. I haven't seen him bust out on Wake Up just yet, but we're getting closer to that final match. Maybe we'll see it eventually.
He's definitely been using it more so to find gaps and get the knockdown and change momentum. He's not using his meter, Psycho, he's not using his meter for damage. He's using it more for just to keep the momentum. Things get out of control, EXDP. You know what I'm saying? Things I need to take back the momentum, I'm gonna hit you with this EX scoop. But we have a character switch. He's pulling out the Colleen. This dude's Psycho. Looking at his nails like, oh, you didn't know? And I said that we don't see many Colleens out there, and look at us now.
I want to know that statistical sheet of how much Colleen's been played over the years and how many people have switched over, as well as G. You know how they always put out how many players have been playing this character in ranked? I feel like Colleen is definitely one of those characters that have increased.
Character usage data?
Yep.
I like the poke game though. Psycho, great poke game. Gets the activation with the EX Parabellum, not the activation, but the confirm, excuse me. Full trigger on the table for Brian F though. Man, that go forward is doing work.
Ooh, that could have been a cool trade combo.
Okay, blocked. Tries to make him swing on that roundhouse, not gonna happen.
Ooh, that could have been big. Brian F was absolutely ready for the view reversal. Just mistimed it.
Oh, tries to go for the overhead. Psycho says nothing doing, that should be it. Let me get that. No, dropped. He could have went for the air throw reset.
He just wanted that meter.
Oh, man.
He just wanted that meter. These guys are fighting like they're trying to be Justin Long's favorite kid, I feel like. No, I was the better player on Team Spirit. I don't know, man. These guys are fighting wild.
Dang. Fighting for favorites. All right. It's like, man, you just not going to kill him? He's like, nah, I want the meter, bruh. Okay.
A little bit of a mishap. I think he anticipated Brian doing a back roll instead.
Yeah.
But either way, gets him in the corner. Rock bottom once again. Ooh.
Oh, he was doing a lot of dancing. Double dash. Forward and back. Wow, that was meaty as hell.
That hit was
her in the knee.
Elbow to knee connection for sure. Oh, there's nothing. No punish on the target combo.
Brian F taking his time. You can see the focus. Both of these guys trying to close out. Psycho finds the hit though. Spins the meter, goes for the side switch. Okay, activate. Oh, yeah. Done. Oh my gosh.
Colleen, what is this? Okay.
Does that mean he's gonna switch over to G? He's like, all right, you got a counter pick for me? Are you gonna switch characters on me?
He said okay, and I think that's what's about to happen. I don't know for sure, but I feel like we're about to see a G. Or maybe he just switches back to his trigger. Maybe that's what he does. Either a character switch or a B skill switch.
Whoever he picks, he has to stick with it, even if he wins, because again, winner stays on. They gotta save the same character. So I gotta say that Colleen play is looking pretty nice on the side of Psycho. He did everything right, I feel like. There was only one mishap where he set up Hailstorm. He was trying to get a little fancy with it in anticipation for a back roll, but everything else was super solid fundamentally. He understands that character very well and took advantage of that V trigger too, being able to dash up, sneaking that low, and I called it, man. There's the counter pick G.
That's true. That's true. He said okay. Once I heard the okay, I was like, yep. That's a setting in to believe that you don't want to do this with that character anymore. All right, here we go. Is it 2-2 right now?
3-2 on the side of Psycho. Taking that Colleen W.
This is a good set.
It's been pretty even so far, yeah. First 2 games going to Psycho, the second 2 going to Brian F. And here we go, we see the switches here. Let's take a look at how it works out, Colleen versus G. That's a big game changer, by the way. Just having a fireball.
I was just about to say, not even just a regular fireball, it's a down angle fireball.
Oh, now it's a multi-hitting fireball.
Oh, no.
Get off me.
the checks that come from Psycho have been really good. Stopping all dashes. Yeah, stand light kick buffer to that EX dash punch from G is a main tool of his. And you don't see a lot of people do it, but you see Brian there priming it. That stand line kick is definitely dash punch. Got to be careful at that range though. She has very good normals controlling. Parabellum.
Ah, he goes for the hail setup, and he knows that he's going to chase him down as soon as he jumps.
Oh,
Was that a counter?
That was definitely a counter. Maybe it was just a little too late on activity. Did scoot.
Impact.
All right, not dead.
Oh,
Wheel
no,
kick
he's
dead.
He's definitely dead.
Yeah.
It's G, baby.
Yeah. Look.
Get some of that potassium. There you go. Bananas.
Yes. We are. Man, I can't stand fighting this character, bro. It's oh gosh, this dude G. It's like he knows.
Do you see that? He gets the buffer and keep you locked down into that fireball. Anti-air. This guy has it all.
Stand heavy kick.
Ugh.
That down angle fireball is so good. Oh, God.
And he has some of the best bufferable normals in the game. Excuse me. I got too ahead of myself.
Oh, no side.
You know what I mean?
Okay. Oh, wow, that bad boy was on his shoulder. Dude, G is actually tall.
Oh, he feels the weather a lot more. Oh, what a punish!
Almost got picked up again right there in the corner.
Oh, he committed to that V-skill too. All right, so this is very interesting. I think if Brian gets a solid hit with any sort of conversion, he wins because he's going to have critical art. Oh.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, you got to be careful.
Safe jump. Oh, I like that. Into the tip throw, off the neutral jump.
Activate
Big damage
gun,
incoming. That's
and you only. Oh, I mean, look. And if you need to, you can still spin the meter. Yeah, things are picking up for Brian F. The G switch has working out for ye. Oh, dude.
I'm glad it's down to the wire, honestly, because this is the closest set we've had so far in the preseason. This is going to be very interesting. Will Psycho stay with Colleen? Or is now the time to pick the Necalli pick with V-Skill 1? Ooh.
Now, that's what I was thinking. That's when in my head, I was just like, there's no way Psycho wasn't prepared for this. So I feel like the V-Skill 1 Necalli can definitely come back. In all honesty, V-Skill 2 Necalli would do it too. To be honest, V-Skill 2 Necalli could do it too. You stick to your guns or you're switching up, son?
It was
Switch
a setup,
up.
Steve.
And what I say, V, trigger, skill 2, yup. I already know it.
The double dosage.
Now this is when it's gonna get tricky. Because now, like, if he goes for like this power, you literally could just set up V-Skill 2 and walk behind it.
Because it is my
Now I kind of want to see the interaction between G's Fireball and V-Skill 2.
Just cancel each other out.
But I want to see what happens afterwards with Psycho. Like, is he just going to keep playing that game and build up the V-Skill or the V-Gauge? What's he going to do? Because I feel like the longer that he waits, it gives G more chances to level up as president.
Oh, nice button. No, actually, you're right. But, I mean, still, though, like, that V-Skill knocks down. So if he hits him, then he knocks off all the presidential levels.
Yeah, you have a point. Very good point. I like how he's teasing the idea, though.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely.
It's forcing Psycho. Oh, barely whiffs.
That was actually sick. Yeah, he's doing that to kind of like fake him out to commit to something. Yeah, he's walking back and doing those buttons to make him fake out thinking he's doing V-Skill 2. And it's working out in his favor because he's trying to commit to wheel kick as well, but he's still ready for the anti-air. So you probably just have to wait it out. You don't want to hit any buttons versus G's V-trigger.
I think that's really good on the side of Psycho, though, as long as he's throwing out. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, you saw the start of a command grab. I'll talk about my point later. Big counter hit. That could have been
gosh.
More.
No. Oh, I wouldn't have spent that. I would not have spent that. Okay.
That's what I'm talking about. Being within that range to still contest with the button. Okay, so with that V-Skill 2, right? I think it's great against G while he's in V-trigger. Because if Brian F is worried about neutralizing that instead, he's wasting that V-gauge and forcing himself to lower the damage potential. So that's fine for Psycho. Oh, finish that!
Early cash out. Slipped on the vomit right into the CA, into the corner. Big jump in. Oh, this is not good.
Command grab.
Get scooped. Overhead. No,
okay, whatever.
We still would have blocked it though. We would have blocked it. Dead. Set point. Final game. Oh, this is good. This is a good set.
The closest set we've seen thus far here in the preseason.
Tied 3 games apiece. Best of 7. First of 4. I like that. Dashing up a little bit with G. Sometimes you just got to be just a little bit disrespectful. Just to let him know.
And I like the confidence coming from Psycho, playing it a lot closer of a range instead of relying on V-skills.
Anti-air.
Jump in, gets interrupted.
Man, if I am... Oh, wow. If I... Oh, no. Oh, no. Yep. Buttons
Ooh,
getting
big
crazy.
sweep.
Crush. Oh,
Son.
wow. The confirm.
Oh,
No back
no
throw.
side switch, though.
Marching. The medium kick. Done and done.
Side
Light them up.
shield deliver. Oh,
Light them up. Good games, my bro. It's always a pleasure. That was actually sick. G said it's always a pleasure to answer. Psycho, that was godlike. Brian F says good games. It's always a pleasure. Brian F bringing it back.
Classy,
There
man.
was a lot of touch and go in that set, man. Starting off with the Balrog, starting off with the V trigger and V skill 2, switching to V skill 1, finally getting those W's. Counter pick by Psycho to switch to Colleen. Doing phenomenal, by the way, in a very kind of different Colleen where he's playing like a different pace.
Yeah.
Very poke heavy. But Brian F is the winner of that set, and rightfully so, man. Smart counter picks, made the proper adjustments, even switching from V skill to V skill, or V trigger to V trigger, and even going so far as to pull out the G. And that's pretty far because that means you're cheating. But go on.
I mean, there's nothing more that really can be said except to take a look at what Brian Heff had to say about the matchup against Psycho.
Yeah, I was actually kind of caught off guard by how close it was because I think Psycho's just like a natural talent when it comes to fighting games, and he caught me off guard with the V skill 2 stuff in the Cali. I thought I knew that matchup better than I did. Because, going into this, I was thinking I was going to catch him off guard with my V skill 2, but that just, Balrog's V skill 2 gives him the ability to power up from a distance and then rush in. But Nikali's throwing down the vomit each time, and if I rush in, I get clipped. And I'm like, this didn't work out as I had originally planned. So I went down those 2 games immediately with the V skill 2, and I was like, all right, I got to switch up my game plan. And I went back to V skill 1. But yeah, he caught me off guard. I actually learned some new things in the matchup. I was happy to show off my G a little bit. That's the side character I've been working on a lot, which Street Fighter League inspired me to do, to have more characters in my repertoire. So it was a really good set. Came down to the wire, and I'm happy I won.
Brian F again taking it over Psycho in a very, very close game. The closest we've seen so far in the preseason. It went down to the final round between those two. Again, the adaptation between his Balrog and G, depending on the match, was exactly what you can expect for Street Fighter League, exactly what you would need to do just in case the ban pick happens. Only an example, a tidbit, a sample size of what you could expect for Season 3. Steve, calm down over there.
The travel size for Season 3. I would like to say no, but I think Psycho versus Brian F is a nice testament to what Street Fighter League has become, right? Brian F has stepped it up across the board no matter what. You said before you've seen him in a lot of events. I've even seen him in events, exhibitions, not only tournament. Haven't seen so much of Psycho, but his gameplay definitely leads me to believe he's more than prepared to deal with any tournament, whether it be an online CPT or a Street Fighter League. But that's only one match. That's the undercard for today. Our main event will be CJ Truth of Team Alpha 3 going up against the no team, but a team of himself, Dual Kevin, right after this break. We will be right back. You don't want to miss this. Stay tuned.
Parameter device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Dawn unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Flower unit 0. Activated.
Well, Jordan, who is a piece of junk?
Installed.
Show me something worth taking. Data is now useless. Witness the power of the Tangen engine. Oh, this is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
Street Fighter League Season 3 returns. We just saw Brian F. go up against Psycho to prevail nonetheless, but that was only a small tidbit of what we have left for you guys. But coming up, CJ Truth versus Dual Kevin. Talk to us a little bit about CJ Truth.
Well, one, the party stays in Florida when it comes to CJ Truth. He's always bringing the noise. He's always bringing that energy. CJ Truth is one of those kids that I feel like is like a prodigy, kind of similar to Justin Wong's backstory, where he started very, very young in competitive fighting games, right? And he's grown into this young man that's still playing at a very, very high level. Again, if you saw his performance back in 2019, his run, even in 2018, his run over in the North American qualifier back in that Red Bull event, he was absolutely killing it. He was taking down cats like Tokido. I didn't mean to say kids, I'm sorry. But cats like Tokido. And he's come such a long way, even in Season 2 of Street Fighter League, putting in work. And then Dual Kevin, my oh my, his breakout performance. Again, he started off with some of the Red Bull Battlegrounds, or Proving Grounds events. And he's shown us that he's a competent player. He understands what needs to be done to prevail. He plays out of his mind, and he understands what needs to be done in like a fraction of a second. And it's so ridiculous, the amount of adaptations being made. He was on the main stage for Capcom Cup representing the Street Fighter League for the United States, right? He's there for a reason. He's one of the strongest players, as well as a strong coach and strong mentor, right?
Obviously, this man's understanding is out of this world because it's two of them. Let's get a word from one of the two, Dual Kevin.
So I competed in Street Fighter League Season 1 and 2. That moment between me and Rob, where we were just popping off each other, it's like we just had to get stuff off our chest, you know? And it's just that, it was that grassroots feelings I know everyone loves, because everyone loved it too. I think it was Rob who heard the commentators go like, ooh, after something, like one of my teammates said something. But he interpreted it as me saying something, like talking trash. And then I heard him talk trash, I was thinking he started it. So, huge misunderstanding that led to a great moment where it's like that build up of like, yo, I actually just want to beat you. Like nothing personal, nothing outside the game, but all within the game. Like I just want to beat your ass, and that's it.
Dual Kevin,
Just like
wake
that.
up EX for Sinha.
Oh, do it again. Woke up with the button.
Today my match is with CJ Truth. I obviously just want to beat his ass. Of course. Especially because people talking like he got the best in-ears. I don't know, man. I think if I had a mixable DP, I think I'd be up there, maybe above him. You know, I like my heavy mixer success rate over his frame one invul in-ear. So I'm trying to showcase that. And so the strategy to beat CJ Truth, I'm gonna in-ear the hell out of him. And if not, that's because it's Kami's dive kick, and they should nerf it. That's it. It's not my fault. It's not because I got bad ears. It's because her dive kick. That's it.
Dual Kevin letting you know I've been here. Dual Kevin says, I love the fact that we got that moment from Dual Kevin. 1, 2, I love the fact that he has another opportunity to shine on the Street Fighter League stage. More so, his opponent, on the other hand, is CJ Truth. But I'm interested to know how Dual Kevin is going to approach it. However, I want to hear from CJ Truth first. Let's take a listen to CJ Truth.
So I played in Street Fighter League Season 2 with iDom and Arturo as my teammates. We didn't have the greatest run. I think we just didn't come through clutch when we needed to, but I plan on being a lot better this time around. I'm on Team Alpha 3 with Punk and Nephew. I think we all have a similar way of looking at the game, which is really nice, and I think they're both really smart players, so I'm excited to play with them. Dual Kevin's a really good player. We played in the team captain round robin in Street Fighter in season 2 of Street Fighter League, and he was really a tough opponent to play against. He's really solid. He's really patient. He likes to wait for you to make mistakes and capitalize off you. So he's just a really solid player all around. I think we play a little similar. So it's probably going to be a slow match, I would say, and it's just going to be a feeling out game. You know, whoever makes probably more mistakes is going to lose. So just don't make mistakes.
But that's going to be the 2 interviews we have. We have Dual Kevin going up against CJ Truth. Who are you looking at to prevail in this set? Like, just going based straight off of on paper, who would you be looking at?
I kind of want to break it down in terms of what's been changed for Season 5 and the tools given and taken away. I think in terms of that struggle, Rashid got the worst end of the stick, really. So I think that maybe CJ Truth might have the upper hand in this matchup if that's going to be the case, if it's Cammy versus Rashid. But with that said, we don't know who they've actually picked for this exhibition. It could still all go topsy-turvy because Dual Kevin, again, a man of 2 minds. The duality of man lies within the heart of battle, and it's especially exemplary with Dual Kevin. So who knows how he'll perform against the likes of CJ Truth.
All right. Yep, and we're getting Rashid versus Cammy. Rashid
He's
for Dual
Boldfish
Kevin.
482. You.
Wow.
Now I know who that is.
Wow. All right,
Okay.
here we go.
I think
CJ Truth already popping off right now.
He's pointing in the camera. It's like, this is a secret account. Don't show this off.
Don't show who's controlling it. This is my Smurf.
Remember the name well.
Disrespect. No, I'm just kidding. I deserve that out. All right, so it's going to be CJ Truth, Dual Kevin, Cammy versus Rashid. Here we go. Maybe there's something that Dual Kevin has that I might be missing, right?
I love the fact that he's going to V trigger 1 because that's really going to slow things down for Cammy moving around the screen. Tried and true V skill and V trigger 1. V1s across the board for Cammy.
Yeah, kind of standard with Cammy, right? We don't really see a lot of V skill usage in general. Maybe to get past the tornado projectiles, but overall we don't really get to see it.
Yeah, and you have to be careful because the minute Cammy gets any meter though, that means that range game is going to have to play a lot more careful. You could see CJ Truth kind of like priming it.
Oh, what a whiff punch.
Go forward. Oh, this isn't good. Spin it.
EX, you know it. One more throw away. Okay. Trying to bait out something. Anything really from Dual Kevin. But now he's got the momentum. No, the stoppage. Crouch jab, double time over to spiral arrow. Nice work there from CJ Truth.
So I can tell you right now that like the fact that CJ Truth checked that jab the first time in lets you know how aware he is right now.
Oh, absolutely. His button placement and just choices of being like at a certain place on the screen. Okay, that could have been a big confirm there.
That could have been big, but look at how far back he's making a play though. So it's going to be a lot harder to get that confirmed from that range. Or just anticipate it anyway. Finally breaks that barrier, dashes up with the standing medium punch.
Nice late tech. Now the question is, how does CJ Truth get out of this corner pressure that Rashid's known for, right? This is the horror story that is Rashid. The lockdown is ridiculous.
Interrupt, dash up, back throw. Oh, wow. Oh, that's not good. Spin.
Okay, this is dangerous, right? He's going to get Oki after this, and he's just enough to get stunned. Double dash. It doesn't matter. Death, stun, whatever it may be, do or die.
Look at the offense coming from CJ Truth. This is so even if you go back and you look at his old Street Fighter 4 matches, he has kind of the same kind of gameplay mentality. He's able to lock you down with pressure, make you fear his neutral game. The characters are different, but his playstyle is still just as strong. And Dual Kevin kind of got swamped right there, just not able to slow down CJ Truth at all. That's not good. You need to be able to, you know, throw a stick in the spokes of his wheels so he can't just ride off on you. You have to be able to slow down CJ Truth. The thing is that if you're playing CJ Truth's game, that means he's probably winning because his pace of play is not many people that can match that.
It's tough, honestly. It's going to be hard to see how Dual Kevin adapts in this match.
All right, here we go. Game 2. CJ Truth, very confident first win. Dual Kevin still all smiles though. He's got a lot of hair on his head. That quarantine. That low forward, yes, what you was just talking about. And now you can see CJ Truth like being a lot more aware of it. Just backing up to that perfect range. He can react. No meter on either side just yet. Oof.
Big,
Oof.
or excuse me, just big fierce in general.
Finally gets the knockdown with the throw. Dual Kevin, one of the best at utilizing that crouching short from Rashid. Like one of the best in the world. I don't see anybody use it how he used.
I love seeing that counter hit combo, by the way, for the knockdown. Oh, the late tech.
Mixer. Still alive though. Still alive though. Not anymore.
Very, very smart. He knew that CJ Truth is the kind of cat that would delay tech. We saw that in the first part of the set. Very, very good at that in terms of defense. But there's always ways to kind of take advantage of that, right? You just want to kind of test the waters a little bit. Paid off pretty well for Dual Kevin. Establishing the pace for the second game.
Yeah, you can tell he's gotten a little smarter, a little wiser to the range that CJ Truth wants to play, just by the fact that he's using more standing medium kicks. Oh, wow. Speaking of, all right, EX Mixer. Slowly but surely, trying to get to that corner. I love that CJ Truth dashed out because he wanted to stay away.
Yeah, I mean, he has the life lead. He's just going to be hanging out and kind of force the errors upon Dual Kevin instead of taking these risks, these unnecessary risks for offense. But this lands him in the corner, exactly where Rashid wants it to be. The back out from Dual Kevin.
Man, I can tell you right now, this is getting dangerous. Side switch. Just the patience from CJ Truth, and now the life lead. About 45 seconds left on the clock. Dangerous situations here for Dual Kevin.
A lot of meter on the board, too. Can't spend any sort of time throwing out a projectile as Rashid. He has to do this on foot. He's got to walk. Whoa, that could have been dangerous.
That definitely could have been dangerous. That was the range that I was talking about. Stand light kick to get the round in game number 2 and keep it close with Dual Kevin on the side of CJ Truth. Yeah, the fact that he's able to change up this pace to keep up with Dual Kevin and then slow him down, I feel like it's the best thing that he's been able to do. I can't believe he blocked that.
That was a sharp angle. Yeah, that was kind of weird. He's a Versus Series player. Man. He can block anything.
But it's online.
You're right. You're right. I retract my statement. See, this is such a problem too. And at a sharp angle, he gets to initiate his offense. CJ is really choosing his spots well here. Yeah, you saw the crouch strong trying to buffer around as well just in case.
And look at this. Gets the carry.
Ooh, Kevin number 1 gets slammed to the ground. Kevin number 2 up in the air. Oh, no. That is 2 games straight for CJ Truth.
CJ Truth. The pace, man. It's the pace. Even if Dual Kevin gets control of a round, CJ Truth just switches up the pace. He's like, you know what? The reason you won that round is because I was playing your game. Now we're going to slow it down again and play my game until I want to speed it up. CJ Truth, man, so much experience in the field of just taking people out of their element, being able to shut down another game plan. And then on top of that, his Cammy control is just so good.
Being able to swap playstyles at any given notice is a sign of a very strong player.
All right, here we go. Game number 3, third match. Good thing this is first of 4, best of 7. Dual Kevin still has some games to play. Specifically 2 if he wants to make something happen.
Neither Kevin is on the board so far. He's got to make at least one of them connect with one of these W's.
Nice confirm, gonna get the corner. Yeah, I like the idea of just sending out those normals, but okay. Oh, gets a combo from it.
Yeah, big stop there from Dual Kevin. Still keen with the movement. Being able to stop that online is very, very difficult in general. Okay, a lot more of the mix-ups here. He went from the medies to the low immediately. I like that from CJ.
Oh, the
misconfirmed.
Low 4 placement.
Oh no, that is punishable. You know what's funny? I was seeing that move from like season 2, the EX Eagle Spike. You used to get out of the corner for free.
Yeah.
Why? Why was that a thing?
What? I don't know, man. I have no idea. Nice HP spinning mixer.
What do you do after that? You see how much further he is now?
Yeah, that's good though. Like I think the fact that like they have given him, like kind of toned him down in these areas. Like I love seeing how players have made that adjustment. I love to see what Oil King does now instead.
It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only won a Capcom Cup, but whatever.
Close to this corner.
I'm just being a bully.
Okay, not gonna spend it. Throw.
Ooh.
Oh, this quickly
One more
just
touch.
came
Oh.
back in game
That
for
could've been
CJ
it.
Truth. This dude, CJ Truth, just does not stop. Good
Oh.
pressure, gets the forward throw. Guess for your life. Oh, that's gonna hit.
No, it doesn't. It's
He
too
lost?
active.
Oh my
It's too
God.
active. So CJ Truth actually went for the uppercut instead, I would feel like. And that happens a lot. When you overlap moves like that with full critical art, that happens all the time with Cammy players. I'm telling you. And the worst thing is that Rashid's Jump Fierce is mad active. It trades so many times.
Yeah. No, that's definitely true. His jumping, like, heavy punch is crazy.
That is really unfortunate. Now I kind of want to see if CJ Truth is shaken up off of that, right? I mean, on a bigger stage, in person, I feel like he would feel that kind of pressure, but he's in the comfort of his own home.
You gotta tear up stuff around the house like, come on, man.
Yeah, he definitely reeled back into see something you would never see on stage, right? CJ Truth was like, oh, come on, I meant to uppercut.
Good pressure in this corner, though. Tries to get the counter hit confirmed. Thought he had it, nothing doing. I don't think it normal combos.
No, not at all. Yeah, he just saw the hit, but didn't actually see counter, and he just went for it. Because at that range, he couldn't go for low medium kick.
Okay, sets up the whirlwind. Still gonna have some more
critical
block
art.
pressure. Oh, that was good. That was cheap.
Now,
Did he have V?
man, he did have the V reversal on deck prior to that. I feel like maybe he could have done it maybe a little bit during the spinning mixer where he had to commit to like midway through. But I don't know. That's tough. That's very, very tough to call.
He did.
He had it. 100%
He did
had
whirlwind,
the
and then he did CA. And I know he had the V reversal, but what happened? I see him right now, like I'm looking at this photo, and he has his hands on his head. Maybe he knows. Maybe he was like, oh man, I definitely was not supposed to die.
Maybe he thought, I was like, oh, I had one more match. I thought I did at least. Didn't I win that one? Oh, that's why
No.
critical art got stuffed.
Yeah, you're right. That jumping heavy punch from Rashid, his hitbox is so high. It's like he tucks his legs like a bird taking off. He literally just like, you know what? Landing gear up. Hit you with the jumping heavy punch. I'm telling you, man, that's what it looks like. 2-1 this time around. Dual Kevin gets one on the board. This is best of 7. You need 4 games to get that W.
He went from Rashid to bird person in an instant.
Bird person, no.
He is Phoenix person now.
Oh my God.
Oh, again with the normals from CJ Truth. Again, we can't emphasize how good that medium kick is from both characters, honestly. Rashid has a great one as well. It moves him forward so far.
Has great range. Not many people use it on top of that either. I mean, some people use it sparingly, I've seen, but you know, not many Rashid players use it.
Yeah, the last time we saw it misplaced, CJ Truth stuffed it with a whiff punishing fierce.
Oh,
Ugh.
get off him. EX.
That could have been a big counter hit. I mean, like, it's fine. Okay with leaving a little bit of damage on the table. He has a little bit of space to work with against the corner. Okay, no. Now he's back against the corner.
Yeah,
Does
he
have a
needs to get out of
significant
there.
life lead. No V reversal, he's keeping it. There it is!
Ooh. Dual Kevin starting to get the understanding of this pacing. Still, life deficit. Better be careful. Better be careful. He's walking into these normals. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He's so adamant about getting into this range that he's putting himself in danger. And I understand because he does not know how to get in at this point. He's not whiffing enough buttons. And on top of that, CJ is content with just staying back.
You see how much easier it is to whiff punish a crouch fierce now in Season 5 against Rashid?
No, that's definitely true. That's one of the things we've seen so many Rashid players take advantage of up close, and that's what I was talking about. You cannot do that. Meter was on the table, CJ Truth is out. Dual Kevin has a big life deficit right now. 5 seconds left on the clock. Nothing he can do. Nothing he can do.
Take the throw.
Nothing he can do.
And that's just fine, I guess. Like, I mean, Dual Kevin lost the round. It's unfortunate, but he's still forced to throw. Got himself a good amount of meter. That's like the best scenario you can really get, really ask for, unfortunately. You know you're not going to get the win. Build yourself some meter.
Staying really active. There's those medium kicks you were talking about.
Ooh. Man, CJ is always within the right range, too, to possibly whiff punish it. It's so dangerous.
No,
the walk speed is incomparable.
It's so scary. That's what I was talking about. Like, no matter how fast you play, like, coupled with the fact that CJ Truth plays at a very fast pace, dealing with Cammy and his walk speed is a problem. Pick up.
I think CJ might have tried to scope out that gap between the normal and the EX tornado shot, or the whirlwind shot, excuse me. Just got clipped.
Oh,
Oh, that's
wow.
fine. That is totally fine.
I'll
for
take
DK.
that.
Oh, the counter hit conversion. EX uppercut. Get off me. 100% so far in accuracy.
Oh no,
He
this
don't
is
miss.
not good. This is not good. Oh no. Dual
Again.
Kevin, full control right now. CJ Truth running back, activate off the block roundhouse.
Now he's moved.
Oh, that's so cheap. What did I say? If this match is going fast, then CJ Truth is the victor. But the minute it slows down, that's where my boy Dual Kevin's gonna come in. Dual Kevin staying alive, putting one on the board. A point, not a match.
That was pretty good. Absolutely worth it. Remember how we talked about him just throwing CJ Truth in round 1? Look at all that meter that he accumulated. Well worth it. Quite the investment. Paying off dividends.
Good check, stand like kick. Needs to be careful close to this corner. We've seen like the way he likes to get out sometimes.
Ooh.
Nah.
You know what's scary too? You can't even V reversal as soon as you see a medium punch from the likes of Rashid or just any other normal because he still has an option select to back that up. It's kind of dangerous.
Oh, once again, just harassing with those normals. Pretty far-reaching normals too.
One of our best poking tools. Doesn't lead to much, but it's still a deterrent. And it's so annoying to deal with. Boom! Hold this critical line. Yo, you're dead.
That will be that. Game number 3 on the board for CJ. You can't handle the truth.
Neither player can, honestly. Even CJ Truth at times can't handle his own truth. He's like, oh, I meant to uppercut that. How did I get critical art? It's the life of Cammy, man. Fully embraced it. As you can see here with the scoreboard, 3-1. CJ Truthington.
Man, that looks tough. Ugh. The speed at which CJ Truth is able to make adjustments is frightening. Because even if a player like Dual Kevin feels like he's having a hard time keeping up, I don't know what to tell you, man. Because Dual Kevin plays so fast. And CJ Truth is used to that fast playing speed, so you have to slow down and be a lot more careful where you swing.
That man is out here in Talladega Nights. He's running the 500, dude. He is just
Nights.
driving, going left as fast as possible. Dual Kevin has to find a way to force him to go to the pit stop. Is what it is. That's the objective here. He has to pump the brakes, force him to take a pit stop, and just hang out a little bit.
All right, well, Rashid need to stop hanging out and get into these W's, bro. He need to win right now, man.
We'll see what happens.
Truth
Here we
looking
go.
happy too, you can tell. CJ Truth is looking real content with himself. Dual Kevin over there talking smack right now. I can see his lips moving, no words coming out.
He needs to pop up. I've been here. He just needs to say that. That's like that's how he transforms. His anime sequence comes out. He just does the hand signs. I've been here.
Oh man, I was about to act something out. I ain't gonna do it though. Here we go.
You should have. Ooh.
Good pressure.
A lot more forward movement from Dual Kevin.
And you can see Dual Kevin definitely walking to that corner. Forward throw.
Do it again. Now we're normal.
But
okay, a lot.
okay. 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 Gets the stun. That should be the round.
Oh, 100%. Send him off to the cannon. How did she fit so well? Boom!
Not out of the dragon cannon. Boom!
Dragon cannon. So that was a very interesting adaptation. I don't even know what it was about Dual Kevin, like why he posed such an offensive threat to just walk forward in CJ Truth's face. We didn't see a single medium kick off that, I feel like, from the side of CJ. What happened?
I don't know. I just feel like the thing about that is just these rounds come up where CJ is just unstoppable. But Dual Kevin will get wind and he's able to stop the momentum for a second. But then CJ Truth just doubles down. He's like, okay, well, you're doing this. Now I'm going to go to this play style. Okay. Oh, whiff punish with the standing heavy punch.
Throw him again. Oh, no. Oh.
And full CA. That's going to be a match, bro. 3-2.
You say that? He shook his head. When he got the overhead, he's like, I didn't even do that. So far, Dual Kevin does have at least one win per Kevin, which is a lot anybody could really ask for. CJ Truth suffering 2 L's, and mostly it was mostly off of mental damage off the throws. Honestly, if you look at that back, I kind of wonder what it was about Dual Kevin's neutral that forced CJ to stop pressing buttons. I feel like there was no solicited reason for CJ to stop mashing medium kick.
I mean, I just felt like it was one of those things where Dual Kevin was waiting for him to get closer. Like, I feel like Dual Kevin just wants you to get close enough so he can actually get a hit. A lot of his stuff was whiffing. A lot of times he was being whiff punished. So he calmed down on the buttons, waited a little more, and was able to get those small hits to force an action out of CJ Truth. And I think that's why he was able to get that W.
But he's having a good time. There it is. The boy wonder smile is what it is.
The boy
I feel like
wonder
I'm watching
smile.
the
I like
Wonder
that.
Years. What would you do?
What would you do if I sang out of tune? It's my jam.
All right. Establishing the lead early, still sitting on a perfect. Nearly 50% gone in the likes of Dual Kevin.
There's that normal that you was talking about, just going right back to him. And this is the pace that I'm talking about. Still, Dual Kevin not leaving the corner. But that's going to give that stun bar a little time to rest. He can put a Band-Aid over it.
Yeah, one of the many wounds that's torn open, right? Such an intimidating stance right now from CJ. With the hefty life lead. Just further increasing it, getting closer to his goal. He's looking at that finish line. One more lap, the final stretch.
See, what every time that Dual Kevin gets a kind of like a handle on the game plan, CJ Truth just takes it up a notch, it feels like. Or he just changes something up.
I can't wait to hear the response on the interview from either player, honestly. Just talking about the adaptation. Oh boy, that whiff punish was seen 100 yards away.
Threw that before I walked in the room.
Big whiff punish again. Okay, we've seen a lot of familiarity with the ranges. Dual Kevin now playing to his strengths. The whiff punishing is there. Double throw. Whirlwind shot. You got caught in between.
That's gonna be 3 up. Dual Kevin running it back.
Not quite. We still got one more round to play.
Oh, my bad. I thought that was the second round. I was looking at the wrong side.
I did it. So I feel like CJ Truth might have mashed in between that that last sequence. I saw him like really kind of like moving around over on the screen. So maybe he just mistimed the interruption, but who knows?
Man, he is tagging him with these normals, bro.
Ooh.
Not letting up. EX dive kick. I love the V reversal. Gives him a little space too.
Oh, but he gets out of the corner anyway. And I like the jump out. Now chasing him down. Dual Kevin getting a couple of hits here and there. Force going to the other side of the corner.
Okay, here we go. Dual Kevin getting there. He's working his way up. Nice CP.
My man was satisfied with that. He's like, I'm not going to anti-air with back strong. I'm going to uppercut. Imagine if he had critical
show
art.
you.
If we had critical art, we would have seen that same instance where we got that instead of uppercut.
This dude is just walking him down.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a delayed dive kick, but that would have put him in the corner.
This is set point. Set point. For CJ Truth, this is not good.
Oh, great tech from Dual Kevin. Trigger on deck now for Rashid.
Oh, and that will be the whiff. I like how you looked up. The whiff punish from CJ Truth to close out versus Dual Kevin. Count's going to be 4-2 in favor of CJ Truth. Man. Oh, man.
My man's got the whiff punishes online. Imagine what it's like in person.
IRL whiff punishing. You ever thought hitting a button would get you in trouble? Don't do it. Don't you do it. You whiffing in front of me, that's gonna get you killed. Well, I would love to hear the takes from both Dual Kevin and CJ Truth, but we only got one winner, and that will be CJ Truth. Let's get a few words from our winner.
Yeah, so I just finished my match with Dual Kevin. The match was 4-2. It was really fun. It was really, he made it tough. But it was a fun match. I'm glad I won. I know Dual Kevin's a very patient player. He likes to wait for you to make mistakes. So I kind of try to throw that back at him a little bit and just, be hard to read on the offense and be kind of a pest on defense. And it worked out. I think it's definitely a look forward towards season 3. I mean, Dual Kevin was the captain on season 2, right? And his team was like in the final. So, he's a really good player. So it's definitely a good warm up for season 3 for sure.
Street Fighter League Season 3 continues, well, the preseason anyway. And we just saw Dual Kevin take on CJ Truth And CJ Truth being the victor pretty dominantly in a lot of these rounds on top of that. What are some of the thoughts you took away from it?
Well, with CJ Truth and Dual Kevin, it shows me that both of these players still had the potential to both be candidates on Street Fighter League. We saw the adaptation, we saw the gameplay. These guys have not stopped one bit, and it's very, very impressive to see. Unfortunately, there can only be one, right? CJ Truth is actually indeed into Season 3 with Alpha 3. He has Punk and Nephew as teammates. It's going to be pretty exciting to see how he shines with that team dynamic, and that amount of confidence going into someone like CJ Truth can really go a long way, because it really is all about confidence with that kid. You could really see it in his gameplay and his demeanor when you see him time and time again in the CPT. But no slouch is Dual Kevin either. He's been sharpening up his tools even better than before, I feel like, with training partners like Rob TV and NuckleDu. I feel like no matter who you put up there between the two, either one of them would have been great candidates for Street Fighter League, and that's my opinion with both CJ Truth and Dual Kevin. We saw the previous match too between Brian F and Psycho. You know, the same goes for them. Those two could have easily been a part of Street Fighter League Season 3 with the way they performed. It went down to the wire. That was the longest set that we've had thus far in the preseason, and the amount of adaptation between both and utilizing some of the new features of Season 5 has been phenomenal.
Well, I mean, Season 5 is still a game right now that I feel like is some of the best we've seen out of Street Fighter 5. Like, Street Fighter 5 right now is one of my favorite versions of it, just to see that we still have these players confidently coming back. And the talent that you guys are getting is, I don't think you understand how this is gonna, I don't think they get how it's gonna play into the season, because Street Fighter League has continually upped the ante each and every time. And now we have the pool internationally at this point. We have a Problem X, we have a Xian, we have an Infexious, we have an Angrybird. These are all players that you have to worry about if you hope to make a splash, a dent in the world of Street Fighter 5 in this season. So I think it's quite scary to be a part of these teams this season are just terrifying. I'm glad that I'm on the desk this time. You know, I'm all about the battle. I am all about going and playing with these guys, but
without a doubt,
I'm kind of happy I'm on the desk this time, because this is a whole new pool of talent. I mean, I want them games.
You and me both.
I want them games, but I'm gonna leave it to the professionals at this point, because it's gonna be some great matches. And that leads us to next week, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir.
We have, for the undercard battle, we have White Ash X going up against Lord Hamad, and that is our first match. But we have coming up Bigbird versus Angrybird as the main event for next week's challenges. And just for a little, input on that, both of those guys made top 8 in the EU and the Middle East CPT online bracket, and it was amazing. If you get a chance, go check it out, especially if you want to be a lot more acclimated before you come and watch this match. But that's what's gonna happen. But before we get out of here, we're gonna take one last break, and we'll see you guys right after that. Stay tuned.
Beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy. Begin.
Let's go.
Disappear. Kneel. Strength to crush the spirit of the king.
Alright! I really like to exercise, and training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death. 5 seconds.
Pull out all the stuff!
Hadouken! Resurrection!
Street Fighter League Season 3 continues, and we just had 2 great matchups for today with some of our Street Fighter League future and present hopefuls. But let's talk more about this season's update, right? First off, we have an international pool for this season, and I think personally this is going to be the best Street Fighter League season to date. Of course, the winners will be taking on the winner of Street Fighter League Japan, which we saw happen last year at the Capcom Cup Finals, and it was amazing. And now we're expanding that a little bit more just to talk about the teams. NASR enters the fray. 2 of their team members will be competitors in the main event. That's going to be Bigbird as well as Angrybird, and they're going to be followed up by Samurai. Of course, we have UYU joining the fray. Oil King as the captain, NL as a follow-up, Kami as well on that team. That's a great team. All in will be composed of iDom, Phenom, and 801 Strider. Alpha 3 is going to be Punk, CJ Truth, as well as Nephew. Psycho Shinobi will be Hot Dog 29, Infexious, and Xian. And then, of course, Dynamite will be Problem X, NuckleDu, and Smug. Looking at all of these players and even looking at the preseason matches, who do you think is going to be the team to beat? Because now everything's in array, right? Because at first we could say, well, you know, Punk, he's the returning champion, you know, like why wouldn't it be him? But now those teams are all kind of scattered in the wind. We have, you know, an ogre mix of teams now. You know, you got your Psycho Shinobi, you got Dynamite, All In. Who do you think is the strongest or some of the strongest heading into the season?
So that's going to be a complete coin toss. It's going to be a lottery pick because they're all top tier talent in my opinion. Again, you guys are bringing in talent from all over the world with some of the best minds in Street Fighter. So instead of really predicting who I think would make it out to like the top 2 pick, I'm going to just emphasize based on the performance of CJ Truth. I'm going to give him a grading scale. I think he had an A+ in understanding how well the Rashid matchup works with Cammy. His understanding of the characters is very much so up there. He's mastered this character. Now we present the challenge of the Street Fighter League rule set. What happens if he gets banned? And we talk about this each and every week because it's super important.
It's
important. Really make or break the points that you would get as a team. Again, team battles, every single win counts, especially in a tiebreaker scenario. So it's not more so if they would be able to make it through to the top 2 because everyone's a killer. We've talked about this so many times. It's a matter of how is he going to adapt and swing amongst the Sharks that have so many characters under their belt, right?
Yeah, that ban system is really going to affect them because once again, we're not sure what characters can and will be pulled out. And I know you know they're going to have this deliberation on the team, like, hey, what characters do you play? It's your job as a captain even to go and scout that as well because these guys had to pick their team. So you know that they're like, well, he has this player.
I don't want to play. I don't
right?
want to play any of those cats. So I'm going to pick the best choices for my team to make sure my matchups are favorable against the rest of the squads, right? And I feel like as the weeks go on with the preseason, I'm going to say this. I'm going to make this a rule. I'm going to enforce it. The last episode for the preseason, Steve and I are going to give our predictions for top 2.
Dang, you just gonna throw me in there? He ain't even discussed this with me before.
Nobody in production thought about this. I'm calling it right now. We're gonna give our top 2 predictions at the last show. You guys have to tune in for it because we have some pretty big predictions with the amount of talent here. We're watching this week after week, and it's so hard to tell, but best believe we're analyzing each and every one of these matches to really, really help us out because it's so hard to tell.
It's very much a toss-up. It's a super big toss-up now. The teams are way too stacked. It's going to be a lot harder to call them out. Speaking of a stacked team, Alpha 3. Let's talk about the fact that we have Punk as a leader of a team once again, but not only that, we just saw CJ Truth and Nephew. Punk has went on record to say that Nephew might be one of, if not the best player in the United States at this point. And that's a very big thing to have in your team, especially if you're a captain. And this shows a shift in Punk's dynamic, because if we go back and we look at season 1 and season 2, he was kind of an autopilot at this point, right? But the fact that he's taking actual notice and be like, man, you got to be careful, man. On top of that, he lives with Nephew, so he knows just how good Nephew is. And that's scary, because he knows CJ Truth as well, and he knows CJ Truth is an established Street Fighter player at this point. What are your thoughts on Alpha going into this season?
So we saw the prospects of Nephew going into this preseason week 1, if I'm not mistaken, right? We saw him play against the likes of Samurai, and again, they have engaged against each other in CPT, you know, it's tough. I feel like that's just one of those nuances where it's just like, it's Samurai, it's Akuma, it's kind of tough for Colleen, but Nephew, I feel like, is still very, very solid. He still has a lot of potential to improve and study these matchups. He's kind of similar to Brian F in terms of being able to study a match, break it down to the numbers and the science so that he's fully prepared for whatever he comes into. He's definitely one of those cats to do so, and he's just so young and so smart when it comes to Street Fighter V. Very, very similar to CJ Truth. I just think CJ Truth has a little bit more, he has more experience out in the field.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like,
No,
I think
that makes
CJ
sense.
Truth has hit so many of the CBTs prior to Nephew even coming out into Street Fighter V. So it's going to be a great dynamic to see all of this collaborating with the likes of Punk, who has the best of both worlds in terms of one of the best analytical minds, as well as out in the field experience, as also being one of the #1 targets of the CPT or in the Street Fighter world, right? Think about it this way. This man, Punk, the captain, is always being studied for, still manages to prevail after being studied for.
That's
So
true.
you know, with that knowledge, being able to carry that kind of intellect
That's
with
a
Street
mental
Fighter
weight
V,
right there, bro.
He gets to add on to whatever theories CJ gets to present, as well as whatever Nephew gets to present. So it's going to be a very interesting dynamic to see Alpha 3 going into Season 3 of Street Fighter League.
I'm glad that you brought up CJ Truth. We just saw him make a very, very kind of confident run against Dual Kevin's Rashid. Do you think that practice, do you think that that's going to make him more prepared for the incoming UYU Oil King, who is a Rashid of a completely different beast?
Yes. Okay, so on paper, Cammy, Rashid, I still like Cammy, especially with Season 5. As a
Okay.
player, I think Oil King does have the slight advantage. He's been to the big dance numerous times, has had that kind of experience internationally as well. He's traveled stateside. He has the kind of talent over in the Asia region, even the EU region. So it really depends on how Oil King is doing that day. I mean, like, I gotta be honest with you, there's a lot of emotions that go through playing this game. It can be very, very stressful environment. It also depends on whether or not he picks Rashid, because I think Seth does a pretty decent job against Cammy as well, in terms of testing reactions, being able to whiff punish, being able to tease around that range of medium kick because of V skill. It really depends on the matchup that Oil King is gonna use against CJ Truth. Again, if it's Cammy versus Rashid, I do think CJ Truth has the upper hand. There are still limitations that Rashid has because of the tools taken away, as well as being able to whiff punish some of the more prominent normals like crouch fears, which was a huge issue since his inception into Street Fighter V, right? I think no matter what you present to CJ Truth in that matchup on paper, I still think he has the slight upper hand against Oil King with Cammy versus Rashid.
Good answer. Good. You thought about that. I like that.
I've been doing nothing but watching Street Fighter.
I can tell. And you guys better be doing nothing but watching Street Fighter as well. So you better watch next week. Here is the card. First match, we got White Ash X going up against Larda Med. That's going to be our undercard. Main event match number 2 is going to be Bigbird versus Angrybird, the Team NASR showdown. I personally cannot wait to get into it because I'm a big fan of those guys. I love seeing international Street Fighter competition. Are you excited for next week's matches?
Oh, without a doubt. You see it in my face. I'm already ready for it, dude.
Well, look, guys, we gave you the tail of the tape once again. You have time. Take a break. Come back. We'll see you guys next week. And this is Street Fighter League Season 3.
Hey, good evening. Welcome. It is time for another Fighting Words, the show here on Capcom Fighters, where we recap the world of Street Fighter V. Obviously, a lot to talk about. We've officially reached the halfway point on the Capcom Pro Tour 2020.
Halfway point.
The halfway point has been reached.
What a way to get
That's
there.
it.
Well,
officially.
A dramatic way to get there. But yeah, it's crazy how the time's just whizzed by then, hasn't it?
It has. It felt like nothing was happening for ages. It felt like everything had kind of... The world was paused. And I guess, in a lot of ways it still is. But the tournaments have just been flying past. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, we've got... How many names now have we got on the list of qualifiers? Let's have a look. We have, obviously, iDom, the returning champion, and 8 other names. So we have, obviously, slightly a loaded back end because we have one event for Australia, one event for China. But other than that, the next event on the list, which is in 2 weeks' time, with back round to NA East 2. Then we'll have EU East and the Middle East 2, and everyone gets their second time. So... yeah, we're halfway there, and we've got a very interesting list of players that are in the Cup. Of course, added Nephew this weekend too.
Oh, what an addition!
We knew what he was capable of, but he wasn't certainly, I think, the favourite going in, and not many people. But even
well, I'll have you know,
I know you were trying desperately to get your prediction in on Sunday.
That I did try desperately, and if you recall, you can ask Cobblecog, Evo 2017. I did say after his match, this is the next kid to watch out for. Now, I may have been a bit premature with that statement when I saw Nephew versus Cobblecog. But I made that statement, and lo and behold, here I am predicting the truth. Mystic Max strikes again. I tried to call you guys, you and Jammers, but I couldn't get through. Yeah. And I was screaming Nephew down the screen. I actually sent a tweet, but because I was up north where the connection's really bad, that tweet is stuck in draft. I can show you that tweet now, actually. Nephew is going to win. Look at that.
Why are you typing the tweet out now?
There you go. It says it right there. So
crazy.
As you see, guys, 3 out of 3. That is crazy. Not only did I predict that this kid would be the next big thing, but I predicted that he would qualify this weekend. I mean, just give me the mic already. I'm just too good. But yeah, please continue as you were saying. Look.
How do you follow that performance?
What's he laughing at?
Nephew came through though. I was really, really impressed by his composure. The way that he was playing under pressure, and there was a lot of high pressure situations, obviously in that tournament as he worked his way through the top 8. At no point did I feel like he was flustered or playing out of his comfort zone, which is really impressive, given the caliber of play, given what was on the line. Given the fact that it was winner takes all, like second place is basically the same as going 0-2. You get the same for it.
As Nephew, Nephew's won a lot of local tournaments. Has he won a tournament?
No, he hasn't won a lot of local tournaments.
Well, in his history, right?
But we look back through like the last 2 months of Wednesday Night Fights online, and he got top 8 a bunch of times. We hadn't won any of them.
Not in recent times, but historically he knows how to win a tournament, right? I've seen Nephew win tournaments.
Yeah, he's capable of doing so.
But he's not won anything like this before. So just to echo your point. Yeah. Add to the points you just made to the fact that this guy's never won something like this before. To play like that was
sensational. I mean, you go back and look at his history against Samurai. Samurai had very, very favourable history against him. We had the SFL preseason match that was 4-1 to Samurai, very comfortable. Samurai did lose to him in winners at Wednesday Night Fights last week, but he beat him 3-0. In the run back, and I think it was in losers finals, the run back. But when it mattered, Nephew came through, and as I said, the composure was incredible. I think you can look at maybe the composure of Samurai in a big tournament situation, which I feel is different. You get a different Samurai in casuals and weeklies to a big tournament Samurai, and maybe that's down to the fact that he doesn't have that experience of traveling as much, just the way that he approaches the game mentally, perhaps.
Yeah, he mentioned in his interview as well.
And then Strider, who he made a bunch of mistakes in the 2 matches that he lost.
Tons.
You saw like how good he is, but you also saw like that rustiness of not being active at tournament play.
Active, of course.
And it shows you. It's great to study the tapes and get the strategy down and really have an intelligent approach to the matchups. But you got to drill that into your muscle memory as well, boy. And, you know, it is what it was. It was also a controversial weekend.
It was, yeah.
So how was it for you, you know, watching it?
Well, look, speaking transparently, guys, I was on family with a holiday. I promised the missus I'd go to bed early, so I didn't actually watch it live. I spent the whole of the Sunday watching it, and I actually stayed off Twitter. So when I came back on Twitter and I saw everything that happened after catching up with the archives, man, my mind was blown. Firstly, that first match between Nephew and Samurai, I think it was winners final, or it might have been winners semi-final.
Yeah, it would have been winners semi. Yeah.
That was ridiculous. That set was just insane. I mean, there's a lot of sick sets throughout, like Gustavo's performances as well. Alex Myers on fire as well. Snake Eyes Kage, just man, I'm telling you, I'm having second thoughts about Kage. I know it might be a bit premature.
I'm not.
I'm sorry, but dude, that character seems so unforgiving in that guy's hands. There were so many amazing highlights, but then obviously the drama on top of it, I wasn't aware of, because when you're watching the archives, you don't see what's going on Twitter live. Then I caught up with that afterwards, and I was like, hey, it looked like a pretty cool tournament. What's all the controversy about? And man, it's been crazy to catch up with it all.
Well, we're going to go through everything this weekend that happened, talking about it here on the show. Fighting Words, that's what we're here to do, myself and F-Word, on a Thursday night every week after a CPT event. But let's look at Nephew's run through the tournament that got him that spot. Let's have a look at these highlights now. We'll be back on the other side to talk specifically about Nephew.
Akuma owes a lot to Tokido, to be honest with you. He's going to get hit. He's going to get hit. And what a beautiful confirm. Again, Nephew being fully aware of how much resources that he has. So as soon as he saw that, he was like, oh, I've got critical alert on deck. Let's go. Gets away. Every time I see that Colleen crouching medium kick blocked, I always feel like it's negative, but it's not. But here we go. Samurai gets his own confirm into the critical art. These high-level players get so good at throwing everything in just a little off.
And now Nephew, his spacing is becoming immaculate here. He is walking out of those crouching medium kick ranges perfectly and countering with the back heavy kick every time.
Yeah, but watch out. Samurai is essentially but that dash into the crouching light punch.
Folks avoiding the throw.
People who backdash in the corner to avoid throws are just like, I don't know, like, how do you get the cojones to do something like that, man?
They're so smart. Yeah, I'm with you, James. I'm a scrub. I ain't trying to do that, bro. I'm too scared.
Oh, the other side. What do you do?
With a nasty cross under right there to take the round.
Oh, man.
Well, Nephew lead, but again, this is the exact place we found ourselves in winter semi, so he can get comfortable. Pierce into the crush counter follow-up, of course. Oh, got him reaching that time. Very well done.
And that's going to be a stun. Nephew looking real nice here in this first set. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there was like going to be some type of reset opportunity and there was an execution error or what, but either way, Nephew still with a dominant lead here in this round.
Maybe trying to bait. Uh-oh. Yeah, not going to spend the uppercut. He wants to save some more of that V-trigger. Oh, nice! Uh-oh.
That was still such a good answer from Nephew, though, but
yeah. Thought it was going to be on the other side. Samurai can get a combo into critical art right now and take this round. Oh, but the reactions from the corners himself. Again! Oh, nice! He says, look, if you don't get the combo, I'm going to counter. And now you're not even going to teleport out of here.
Super smooth from Nephew. Oh my goodness, another STO. The likelihood is essentially even now than the EX Icicle.
A throw again. One more hit. He just blocks, and then he tries to reach again, and Samurai goes down in the first set, being sent to loser's bracket by Nephew. You can't be eliminated until you're sent to loser's bracket.
And on the defensive end, now gets a crouch medium kick. Maybe tries to catch him off guard with the EX Demon Flip, but nothing.
Crouching medium kick again, beautiful syncopation timing, but look at it. Back throw though. Ooh, this could be a huge mistake for... Oh, did you see him walk past this time to make sure he gets that? Backdash away from the throw.
So good. A little bit of V-trigger left. That's why he put out the fireballs, but he got under it with the last bit of V-trigger on Nephew's side and seals the first round, continuing this momentum.
Okay, forward throw here. Samurai now gonna get, again, hit by this big old combo. The damage, which side? That was probably supposed to be a teleport. all going Nephew's way now. One more for the stun. Oh, nice. Okay. Gets out of there, so the stun isn't the danger anymore. Gets the throw. Samurai now. Gotta find a way to drain the rest of his life. Gets the shimmy bait this time. And my heart can't take this, Rich. Yo, I'm too old for this.
STO in the corner now. Wow, waking up with buttons from Samurai. Actually did trade. Now the stun is there once he closes the distance with the EX vanity step. Ouch.
Oh, too far away for that to connect, which means Nephew gets the free punish. And here we go, close to stun. Can Samurai escape? No! Nephew is gonna go up 2-1. Medium punch with a crouching medium kick because he's expecting the fireball cancel, not a true block string. Oh, nice confirm into the juggle from Samurai.
This was really nice confirm. Oh, and the double leg kick into the back walk. Caught Nephew trying to take a throw.
Oh, he just
went the raw DP, raw.
The back throw, not enough to kill. Oh. God.
Yo, it is anybody's game at this point. The EX Fireball. And no more V-Trigger for Nephew. No more ways to make it through those projectiles. He doesn't have EX Vanity Step either.
7 seconds. He gets hit by the fireball. Samurai ties it up. It's 2-2. It is 2-2 here in Grand Finals. We are going to the final game. Dash forward check. You can tell. Oh, the crouching medium kick. No combo. Spends one bar. He still has one left. Nephew does not have an EX.
Goodness, Nephew, no flinching here. Does get a jump over this time. No flinching from Samurai either.
Again, avoids that. Oh, same thing!
I cannot believe this. Oh, crush counter here, but it did get an air hit, so no. Oh, wow, actually catching the cross up with the EX parry.
Oh. Towards heavy punch. That is nice air throw by Nephew. You're not getting out of this corner. No whiff punish right there from Samurai.
Oh! And catches him reaching. We are going to a final round, James.
Oh, just running into fireballs now. No, that's 3 in a row. Here we go. Activation. What's the idea? Nice.
Beautiful timing right there. Able to avoid the fireball with the ice step.
And just like that, almost stun, and the life is right there. Gets the throw. Gets the stun. How much damage can he do in this situation? Can this kill? Is this going to be enough? I think it is. I think Nephew is going to be the Capcom Cup competitor showing up in December this year. Nephew.
That was an incredible grand finals. Two players who absolutely both equally deserve to make it to Capcom Cup based on their performances this weekend. And I spoke with Jammers about like the importance of consistency and form. Yes, I know that you can't really take anything from events that have happened before the CPT tournament and be like, yeah, this is like a prediction. This is definitely what's going to happen this weekend. But Samurai was so consistent week on week at Wednesday Night Fights.
Incredibly consistent.
Where he won 4 of them. Like in the last 7 events, he won 4, got like a 2nd and 2 fourths or something. Like it was crazy consistency.
We've seen that a few times, haven't we? This consistent form coming into these
crazy consistency, and like even with that, still couldn't close it out.
No,
and I feel like
and he was in pole position to do so.
Do you know what this reminds me of? When you go into Capcom Cup, the number 1 player has never won Capcom Cup.
Yeah.
The most consistent player across the whole season
never
has never won Capcom Cup. And it just shows you like how important delivering on the day is.
Yeah, how irrelevant statistics can be when it comes to that as well. Because nothing quite compares to that magnitude. And I guarantee you that the most informed player across this season of online qualifiers, the 20 we're going to have in the finals, the most informed, everyone's favorite, may go 0-2. You know,
yeah,
it could easily happen.
I mean, who was it? Fujimura went 0-2.
Yep,
didn't he? Bonchan went 0-2. Bonchan went 0-2. Bonchan went 0-2 back to back, Capcom Cup and Red Bull Kumite, after winning like. What was it, like 5 or 6 Premier or Super Premier
easily
events?
For that period, the best player in the world. Yeah. Then suddenly this game is just...
It was mad.
you can't predict these things. You just can't.
No, but I mean, it gives you a good estimate though, right? Because Samurai did make it to grand finals,
Man,
so
he looked
he's still got that
incredible.
like 1-4 spread, but nothing guarantees you. And I feel like, you know, people look at fighting games, and maybe specifically Street Fighter V, they say this about, you know, the best player doesn't always win and blah, blah. Listen, when you watch pro sports, like the NBA playoffs are happening right now, the best team doesn't always win every game. That's why no one goes 100%. Of course, you know?
Yeah.
Like, people have off weeks, people have off days. We see a huge amount of consistency in results in terms of players getting there at like top 8, there or thereabouts, you know. But it's not like, you know, unless you're Fudo, it's not like you finish in the same spot every time, right? Sorry.
So, no, it's all love Fudo, but that's a great example, Logan, I must say. Great
Do you know what I
example,
mean? Like, no one wins every time. There's upsets. There's players just have weekends when they hit their peak, and Nephew definitely had one of those.
I'll tell you what, as much as we look at, you know, Mike and, you know, and his performance, and he was brilliant, obviously, but he didn't do what we thought he was going to do.
Yeah.
Even though he put himself in such a strong position to have taken out all the guys, and then the guy who came up, very similar to Punk at Capcom Cup, the guy who came up, who he had to face, is a guy that he's been bodying pretty much, right?
Yeah.
The same with Punk versus iDom, right? It's like, this is a guy you've been beating a lot. You got this. When it all mattered, it didn't happen. You got to flip it on its head and say, how did Nephew feel? He just lost to XSK Samurai in the winner's semi. He built his way all through those players, built some confidence, but he's up against the guy that's been whooping his A for the last, you know, X amount of weeks or months. And he's like in loser's side. He's got to beat him twice. So actually, as much as we say, look, XSK Samurai, man, damn, how could he not win that? At the same time, you got to say, holy cow, Nephew, what a freaking, against all odds to come back. And it wasn't like XSK was playing terrible. Nephew was just playing insanely good, in my opinion, from what I saw. And I've seen them play enough to say that, you know, Mikey was on good form. But Nephew was just that bit better on the day. It felt like to me.
Yeah, man. Again, I want to go back to it. The composure that he had. At no point was he doing any like desperate. There wasn't any desperation at all.
He had an annoying defensive game as well, though.
Oh, it was fantastic.
I'll tell you what, watching his defensive game, as much as I'm a fan of Nephew's, it pissed me off. I definitely got angry a few times thinking, oh, that would have worked on me. Oh, the one time, give me a break. He's done a jab in the middle of my string. And it's the conversions, like, every single time. Jab, jab, EX. Okay, you're in the blender now. It's Colleen time. If he gets the jab into nothing and you blocked it, he's out of there. He resets. His escapes from the corner. She does not have the best escape from the corner.
No.
But he threw it in at such unpredictable times that he managed to get out of the corner, even against Gustavo, who has a guaranteed punish with the smash.
Yeah.
Multiple times he got out of there and it was just back to neutral for him. And don't get me started on that freaking
Stan Fierce.
Don't get me started on that button. Man, just what a button.
He used the jab, the powered up V-trigger jab as well, really well.
Really well.
Look, I know how incredibly strong that V-trigger Stan Fierce is, but the jab is very, very handy as well. It occupies like medium space.
Dude, it's ridiculously good.
Fantastic.
And so fast as well. And mid-screen throw loop as well. He used that super well. His reads on offense and defense throughout against everyone were just insanely good. I was really impressed with him. And also a lot of the Colleen players have told me that, you know, Shotos are a bit of an issue for her, right? But it didn't look like that the way he played those matches.
Well, I feel like, I mean, out of all of the Shotos, you'd say that probably Kage because of the red fireball, where he doesn't come forward as much as Shotos or normal fireballs, right? And that's one of his strengths. But Colleen always has buttons in that kind of mid-range where it's very risky to play a predictable fireball game.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things that Samurai is really good at doing. Like, he's got like, you know, everyone makes references to like old school ST kind of play style that Samurai has, like that real old school West Coast kind of play style.
That fireball game.
Like that John Choi kind of the fireball game.
James Chen referenced that.
And his fireball game is very difficult to predict because he's just not active in neutral. He'll just walk back and do nothing until you feel pressure to go into his space. Then he starts doing things. If he walks himself back to the corner, when he starts feeling like he's given up too much, then he'll start defending.
Yeah,
but he's not
so
like
interested in
he's
his
not
style.
like overly. I've got the fireball game starting immediately now.
Yeah.
But Colleen's buttons to deal with that, the back roundhouse is incredible at dealing with Shoto fireballs.
range, man.
Because not only the range, but the Shoto's hurt box comes out super early. So you're going to get clattered for that. And she obviously gets combo off of the crush counter. And you're in the
as well.
The stand fierce, and even more so the V-trigger stand fierce as well. And when she's in V-trigger, she can react to the fireballs pretty easily.
But he was doing really well even without V-trigger, just with EX.
Yes,
as well.
exactly.
I mean, he was punishing the hell out of Crouch medium fireball. And then Samurai started trying to bait it, because it seems like you have to do that EX vanity step quite early, but it didn't matter, because even if he does the first part, he loses a meter, right? But he just doesn't do the follow-up. It's like, okay, I didn't get the punish on the fireball, but you're not punishing me, So she seems to have some great answers for projectiles, just from what I saw in that. When she doesn't have meter though, and she doesn't have V-trigger, and we'll talk about this in a bit more detail later, you start seeing like the cracks in Colleen's game, and XSK Samurai was so good at exploiting that.
I mean, especially against characters who don't have that forward-moving hurt box in their fireball game, like a Guile specifically, or a Sagat also. I mean, Urian doesn't really have the forward-moving stuff as well, so it's more so a Shoto thing where they just linger those hands out, and you're at liberty to get clattered by a preemptive button. But it's fascinating. We will go into more detail in some of these actual matchup points. But let's hear from the man himself, because we had the opportunity to speak to Nephew the day after his victory, after he'd let it all sink in and process, the first time at Capcom Cup. We're going to hear from Nephew right now and look at some of the highlights of his moments in the tournament that got him to Capcom Cup 2020. Let's hear from Nephew himself.
I go by Nephew within the game. My real name is Alan Sun. I'm originally from Michigan. Then I went to school in Pittsburgh, and I'm currently in the Bay Area, or NorCal. I felt pretty confident. I feel like any time you play in a tournament, you have to have that level of confidence that you can win the tournament and can take the whole thing. I knew that my first match against Samurai was going to be really hard. I thought that going into top 8, I thought that Samurai was going to be my hardest match, and I was much more confident against everyone else. Samurai and I have had like a long history of playing matches, starting from like last year, since I just moved to NorCal and he's from NorCal. We played in Wednesday night fights basically every week. We would just be in grand finals together and play a set. We haven't been training as much this year because of COVID. The last couple of times we played online, he's gotten the better of me, I think. In the past Wednesday night fights online, in the Street Fighter League exhibition, he beat me 4-1. I think it's a really hard matchup as well. Akuma Colleen, like his fireball game is just, Samurai is really good at abusing how annoying it is for Colleen, and it's just really hard to get around. I think the reason his fireball game feels so strong to me personally is because he knows my strategy of how to get around the fireballs. He knows the things that I can do. I can press crush counter buttons like back roundhouse, stand roundhouse. I can try and dash in, try and get maybe a stand fierce if I get close enough. But he plays in ranges and only throws fireballs when it wouldn't work out for me, or when he knows for sure that I wouldn't want to press that button. Recently, the only times that we've played have been in the Wednesday night fights online tournament settings. And I think out of maybe 4 sets that we've played, I only beat him that one time last week in winner's bracket. It's actually kind of weird. I feel like in casuals and in like local tournaments, he has like a much better record against me, but in more high pressure situations, I've tended to get the better of him. So in this tournament, we had Red Bull Conquest in our city last year, which I beat him in. There was like another Red Bull tournament, I think like Red Bull Finals in 2018, that I also beat him in. So I'm not really sure. I think our play styles change a little bit when we face those high pressure situations. So that could cause some of the match history there. I think for most of top 8, I felt really calm. In my match against Snake Eyes, in the last game, I felt pretty nervous, actually. It came down to the last round, and I think he had the life lead in the last round. But normally, I try to keep my nerves under control. You can't control how fast like your heart is beating or how nervous you get, really, but you can control what you think about. And if I'm just focusing on the strategy that I have to take and how I can win the round in front of me, instead of focusing on the mistakes I've made or what I could have done better previously. So the reason that I said that I wasn't as scared of Strider as Samurai, for instance, even though he's like a very strong player, is that going into this tournament, I practiced for G a lot because I had Chris CCH in my pool. And Chris CCH has actually beaten me like the last 3 times we've played. We played a first to 10 on Danny's heat check thing, and he beat me 10-6. And then I think in Wednesday Night Fights, he beat me 2-0 twice. So I knew going into this tournament, if I wanted to make it out of my pool and winners, I needed to come up with a strategy against G specifically. After beating Chris, I felt confident that my strategy would work, and it worked against Strider as well.
All about fighting against Cole Lane. Oh no, he got hit with the shimmy, but too far for the low forwards connect.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, that's pretty rare, but here we go. Nephew with the... Oh, baits out, yeah. Okay, baits out the EX Rasenha. His meter now.
Yeah, I mean, just because it's Punk, sometimes I'm like, you know, maybe he just really felt it that bad and was like trying to catch Nephew pressing something on the approach, but who knows. Either way, tries to use the slide to get out of the ice, but because it's blocked, it is going to be punished. And the shimmy, Nephew with the stun here. Enough damage could be on the table, but Seth, 925 health. I think he's going to survive for now.
Well, he's going to get the setup. Oh, okay. And oh, just a little too far away. That could have been it. Can Punk have the comeback of all comebacks? Stannis now, the light kick from Colleen. So good.
Moving to the West Coast, and NorCal especially, it's improved my mindset a lot and improved, I think, my overall game plan. Initially, I moved here last July-ish, and I just played with Samurai a bunch, and you know, his patience is crazy, and having to play him so much and just going to all of these random timeout rounds and making sure I didn't make any mistakes, that really pushed my mental limits as a player. And then moving in with Punk at the start of this year, I feel like playing against Punk, when you practice with him, he forces you to not make mistakes. Like, once you make a mistake, he'll punish you really hard for it if you make a bad decision. And it just like cleans all of that out of your system. So I think I've just improved as a player a bunch because of that. Also, I feel like he's just very naturally talented in how he thinks about the game. He's able to look at a situation and come up with the optimal strategy like right away, I feel like. So hearing his thought processes about that, like I'll ask him why he does a specific thing or like why he or what he thinks about a situation. I think that's helped my mindset as well. So the night before the tournament, we had like a huge thunderstorm in our area that hit like right where Mikey or Samurai lives. I think it affected him, so he lost power. It also affected Snake Eyes. So Mikey messaged me about like 4 or 5 hours before the tournament started, saying his power went out, and I told him he could come to our place because Punk, he wasn't in the tournament, so he could use his PC, and Punk was okay with it. So Mikey tried to figure out if he could do anything else, but like his power didn't come back, so the only thing he could do was come to our place. And yeah, we played our match here. He beat me, and then he said his power came back, so he went home.
Raw activate on top of everything else. Oh, but Nephew able to stop the approach once again. Put him on
He
life
knew that he
support.
had to start going in because look, there's no time left. So Samurai had to try something. Okay, and now we've got to watch out for demons. I think that's what he was trying to fake there. But then we also got to watch out for confirms, but I don't think it's going to matter. We're going to get the ice, the air throw this time.
I felt really good about winning the tournament. Normally after a tournament, you'll lose and then you'll have a bunch of regrets about the mistakes you made. Like, I made plenty of mistakes in that tournament, and if I got second place, second place in this tournament is brutal. Like, you get absolutely nothing. And if I got second place, I would just be thinking about like 20 mistakes that could have won me the tournament. I'm glad that didn't happen, and I'm really happy that I won. It's still sort of unreal to me that I'm going to be in Capcom Cup. It's not a stage that I've been on before, and it's just been like this really prestigious thing in past years. And seeing other players from like the US win it, NuckleDu, iDom, it's been inspirational for me as a player, so I'm really happy to be able to represent this year. I'm really looking forward to Street Fighter League because the past couple of months, I feel like I've improved a lot, like living with Punk and just thinking about the game a lot. And the problem with quarantine is that we've only been able to play in online tournaments, and it's like the same people entering the online tournaments each time. So it's really hard to really see how far you've progressed as a player. So being able to play at Street Fighter League, playing these really top level players in offline competition will really test my skill.
Back dash from Snake Eyes gets him out of that throw range.
Oh, a little bit too far away. But there it is again. Ice Skates getting in there with that crouch. Yeah, you can't get away with that. That is definitely not safe. Combo here for the stun, but Nephew gets out of the corner. I love that air fireball to change the jump arc and just make it so Nephew didn't have the anti-air ready to go.
Yeah, that was super smart from Snake Eyes, and great stuff from Nephew too, not committing to anything afterwards.
Alright, throw in the corner. The life is equal now. And then the throw again, and that means you're gonna have to block some more hail. Activate uppercut too late, and the punish from Nephew.
I feel pretty attached to Colleen now. I've been playing her since she released back in 2017, I believe. I was originally a Ryu player, and then Ryu got nerfed a lot, so I decided to pick up the next character that came out, and I picked up Colleen. And she just looked really cool from launch, and I remember seeing all of her crazy movement options and thinking it would be really cool if someone could optimize this stuff, and I wanted to try it out myself. And I think I've definitely pushed the character, pushed her meta, just her overall strategy a lot, but I couldn't have done it alone. There's a bunch of other Colleen players that have pushed her just as much as I have. Xian is one of them. I definitely stole a lot of tech from him back in Season 2 and Season 3. Momochi is another one that I respected a lot. He really showed how footsies could be played with Colleen, and he's one of the best players at footsies. And even if he hadn't learned all the setups or optimal combos and stuff like that, you could see his game plan and how he could implement his footsies and his strategy. Actually watching Punk as well for a similar reason when he played Colleen, he's not doing the optimal stuff either, but he's winning, and like there's a reason for that. It's because his strategy, it's because of the way his patience and footsies pays off. I would say that Colleen in the tier list is probably top 10, like just outside of top 5. Like there's a couple of other characters that I think are like she's as strong as that are in top 5, but they're just more well-rounded characters while she struggles to deal with fireballs. I feel like to be a top tier character in this game, you have to be able to have a lot of options, a lot of ways to get around things. And Colleen, she does have a lot of options, but some of them just don't work out against some characters. Yeah, definitely. Like her wake up options just don't beat grabs, even though she has like 5 different wake up options. I know there was like a clip that was posted on Twitter earlier back this year, and then it was someone like throw looping. Like it was a Colleen player throw looping someone, and then Neon said like learn the matchup or something, and then people got really mad. Yeah, he just said lab it. And I think people got mad at that for that reason, and then people just started complaining about Colleen. So that might have just inflated their perception of Colleen as a character. I think another reason that some like not super top level players might think that is because they haven't really fully understood the strategy against Colleen. Like, you'll see people complain about her stand fierce and how in V-Trigger it just does a bunch of damage, but they'll just get crush countered by it in places you should not be pressing a button anyways. To be honest, I don't really understand why they have Colleen that high. I think she is a really strong character, and like she does a lot of damage, and her V-Trigger is very strong. But like my reasoning for her not being that high is because of her matchup spread, and I can't really understand, or like I can't understand Japanese, so I can't really understand their explanation. So I would love to see exactly why they think that. I think Colleen does pretty well against Rashid. I think she can fight him in neutral pretty well. It's really only in the corner where Rashid excels, but that's just Rashid against every character, basically. I actually think her matchups against like top tier characters, like that's kind of where she loses, because a lot of the top tier characters have fireballs, like Akuma, Guile, G, and that's where she struggles. So
aggression from JB, bro, is not to be understated. You can see it's already put him in this position again, but used it against him this time. The EX parry coming out one frame, jump wall clean, great jump back to keep him locked in the corner though.
Oh, see? Just do it. Just do it. Oh, but it's not going to work out this time. Not quite stunned. That's going to do it. And Nephew said, you know what? I've watched that 2-minute tutorial as well.
Like I said, it doesn't matter if you're on Capcom Cup point. He's going to do it.
And you saw right there, beautiful stuff on that roll. And now here we go. Potentially one mix-up left.
Oh. And once again, JB lays his life on the line with the EXDP, and Nephew's like, I played you once or twice, my friend.
So I'm actually not focusing on gaming full-time. I also work full-time as a software engineer. I originally moved to NorCal for work, so I started work last July after graduating from college. And yeah, it's been pretty sick. I feel like my job is pretty chill, which allows me time to like focus on gaming as well. So I was planning on going to tournaments this year and going to a couple of international tournaments as well, but COVID hit it and can't really do that. Yeah, I think I get paid enough to like reasonably travel, but obviously I would love a sponsor because that just makes it easier on myself. Like sometimes it's hard to justify going to a tournament all the way across the world when you know that you can't win that much back in prize money. But if you have a tournament, then you can focus on competing and not worry about those kinds of things. I think out of the current qualifiers, I definitely want to play against Daigo. I've never played against him, and he's just an absolute legend, and he's at his strongest right now, so I just want to play against him to see what it's like. I also want to play iDom since it's just been a while since we've played. I don't think we've actually ever played in tournament, but we've played a lot of casuals together. And he's the current Capcom Cup champion. We're actually in the same group, so I'm definitely going to be playing against him, so we'll see how that goes.
But you can see how scared both of these, well, respect is the way that we usually put it, you know. Hard for both of these players to try to initiate getting the offense, but Nephew did get the initiation. And there we go, that stand light punch, the extended range.
Man, that's such a heartbreaker because you know he had V-Trigger on deck. He wanted to press the button into the V-Trigger, but all that pressure from Colleen, there's no gap to do it in. And when you're on the verge of a stun, it's a 50-50 whether you're getting thrown or hit. So that time he just guessed wrong. He tried to take the throw, but he couldn't get it. Oh, no! Oh! And now Nephew riding that momentum. Going to be another stun here, this time in the opposite corner.
Yeah, he's got plenty of meter. How is he going to spend this? Is he going to go? Not going to spend it at all. In fact, save it, gets the throw, but you are never victorious against G until G is dead, but the shimmy again.
Yeah, so I really have like a couple of months of free time at least until Capcom Cup to just do whatever I feel like. I'm definitely going to be preparing as hard as I can for Street Fighter League, so focusing on studying those players specifically. But besides that, I think I'll try creating more content. I think that's a very important thing as a pro player. to be doing. So I'm gonna spend a lot of my time doing that, I think. Yeah, so it's kind of whatever comes to my brain, I'll try and make it. In terms of the content that I create, I remember back last year when I was creating those educational videos, I called them concepts of fighting games. I had like a couple of really cool ideas, and I think I executed like two of those videos, but they took a lot of time, and I just felt like they weren't worth it in the end. But I had a lot of fun making them, and I think they're actually very useful for players to watch. Like, while I think educational content is useful, like, it's a thing that has to be in the FGC for new players to learn from and like grow as players. I think to grow the FGC and to make it more accessible, like, people have to find these entertaining types of videos. Like, it's the reason why so many people started playing Street Fighter 4, like, because of Excellent Adventures. A lot of people watch Excellent Adventures and were like, this is entertaining, Street Fighter is a really cool game, we should try and play it. So I feel like there's a lack of that currently. There's a lot of people trying to make content like that. Punk's YouTube channel has content like that right now. Brian F is making content like that.
Bit of a frame kill jab into the throw right there. Oh, doesn't confirm the crouch medium kick this time.
But corners himself again. Oh, nice. He says, look, if you don't get the combo, I'm going to counter. And now you're not even going to teleport out of here.
Super smooth from Nephew. Oh my goodness, another STO. The life lead is essentially even now than the EX Icicle.
A throw again. One more hit. He just blocks, and then he tries to reach again. He's running into fireballs now. No, that's 3 in a row. Here we go, activation. What's the idea? Nice!
Beautiful, beautiful timing right there. Able to avoid the fireball with the ice step.
And just like that, almost stunned, and the life is right there. Gets the throw, gets the stun. How much damage can he do in this situation? Can this kill? Is this gonna be enough? I think it is. I think Nephew is going to be the Capcom Cup competitor showing up in December this year.
Punk actually told me this morning that he wasn't sure if he was going to play in the next online tournament because the lag frustrated him a lot, and he wasn't sure that he wanted to actually go through that again, which I understand. Like, he went through a bunch of super laggy matches that were pretty much unplayable, but if he does play in it, I think he has a really good chance of taking it. I think against like everyone that was in top 8, at least he normally beats them. He even online, like in the Blink tournament earlier this year, he had really convincing victories over everyone, including Samurai. So I feel like he has a really good chance to win it if he does decide to compete in it.
That's what I'm saying.
Really insightful interview there from Nephew. Some great answers.
Yeah. No. If listen, also when Colleen does the fierce, you can confirm that every time. Yeah, listen, dude, I got you, man. Congratulations on winning. If you need any more advice, just give me a shout. I got you, man. All right, Nephew, man. Hey, grats, bro. Grats. All right, take care. We're ready to roll? When we do the next part?
What are you doing, mate?
What's up?
We're on.
Oh, hey, what's up, man? I was just talking to Nephew. Crazy that you got that on camera. Yeah, he was just giving me thanks for all the advice I gave him not this weekend. Actually, can I just say as well, I mentioned earlier, 2017, I called that this kid would be the next big thing. Remember I said that, right? Actually, just looking at the FG Combo website, he hadn't won a single tournament in 2017. After I called him to be the next big thing, he went on to win his first 2 tournaments in 2018. And now he's won Capcom qualifier. So just saying, prophecies are all there. Congratulations, Nephew. Listen, extremely insightful interview, I must say, Logan. I mean, I really love some of those answers. How about the fact that they had Samurai over at their place?
Yeah.
And then Samurai wins, right? It goes back to his normal connection, and then he gets reset and then loses the tournament. That's fascinating. But what an awesome bunch of guys. What an awesome scene, the way these guys help each other out and level each other up the way they're doing, right?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? Because the NorCal scene in general, like, it's always been a hub for really strong players. A lot of people move there and work, right? Yeah. As he said, Nephew.
Oh my God, full-time developer. I had no idea.
I had no idea that he was working full-time. I just thought he was on this content, young man on the content grind.
That's it, right?
that TikTok going off. But yeah, a lot of people moved to NorCal, and we've seen it with like Justin, I think moved there
Justin,
originally.
Original East
PR
Coast guy.
Balrog moved there, worked. A lot.
I'll tell you what, he had a great weekend as well. I must say.
He did. Class is permanent.
That's it.
Form's
That's it,
temporary. He's got that new V Skill 2 as well.
Doesn't hurt at all. The guy with his foot season, not at all.
You get me? But yeah, that community has always attracted really strong players, and they've always been there. But you haven't really seen those high-level pro players that move there, like go and attend the regular events as much. Like you always had WNF in LA and SoCal, and like their players always showed out throughout all of Street Fighter 4 and the early days of Street Fighter 5. You'd watch it and be all the stars.
Yep.
You look at the players that lived in NorCal, and a lot of them didn't go out.
They didn't.
They didn't come out for a lot of their events. So it's nice to see this younger generation like making that effort to come out and train with each other and level each other up. And it clearly, as you can see in every community, in literally every community anywhere in the world, if you get together and you're labbing it up and you're training offline, online in groups, getting the battle lounges up, you see the amazing effect it had in DR. You know, the number of players that have just been leveling up continually there. It's awesome. It's awesome
speaking
to
from
see.
experience, I don't want to sound arrogant now, but there were certain matchups I felt like we had a situation in Knightsbridge with a guy called Ahmed. You know, you guys might remember him in the UK.
Castle.
The Castle, we called it, right? And his parents rented him this massive flat in Knightsbridge, central London, and we used to just go there and just play GGs whenever he wasn't at university. It is the strongest we became as a group within particular set of matchups in any time in our Street Fighter 4 history. There were certain matchups, it didn't matter who we played in the world. Andreas would always beat that character. Ryan Hart would always beat that character. F would always beat that character. Like, guaranteed. Just from that exposure. These guys are going even deeper because they're, like, arguably, not saying, I mean, they're definitely more talented than me because they play more than one character for one. So having a guy like Punk in a house with you, who's already so methodically good, who's a master at carrying, but also very efficient at the game in general, and can just pick up any character and be effective. What Nephew said there just really rung true to me, because imagine being in an environment like that with a guy that good and just sucking up that knowledge.
Well, he mentioned the fact that when Punk plays Colleen, obviously he's not doing the optimal stuff, but just the way that he approaches playing the game and like how he breaks down problems. I think that's one of the most fascinating things. And actually, 801 Strider said it in his pre-match interview on round one.
Yeah.
That a lot of the things that he takes from watching tape, and you can apply this to just having conversations with other players, the way that they're putting together solutions to problems and situations. How do you deal with that situation? How do you deal with that reset? How do you deal with that setup in that matchup? What are you doing? How are you avoiding it? How are you getting out of it? What's the choices that you're making? You can watch that and apply that to your own game. And I feel like being exposed to that high-level players clearly, you know, rubbed off on Nephew. And I didn't know anything about Colleen until I started watching Nephew, Neon Verte, and Punko.
What about Tyrant? You didn't watch a bit of Tyrant in there, no?
Tyrant didn't use Colleen like right away, did he?
No, I'm just teasing. Tyrant's got.
Does he still use Colleen now? I don't know.
Here and there.
Does he? Does he even play? I don't know. Does he play?
Yeah. I mean, when he's not playing DBFC, he's playing a bit of Street Fighter here and there. Yeah.
Fall Guy all the time. He's a Fall Guy stream. I love you, Tyrant.
Shout out Tyrant, man. I love
Wash
him.
both of us, including you.
Well, I don't know about that.
Definitely including you. So yeah, but he was innovating that character, as he said. What? It's such an arbitrary decision as well. Yeah, okay. Ryu at the end of season 1, they took away all of his Oki, completely broke the character down. Didn't really function at all how he should have done. Who's the next character to be released? I'll just play them. Yeah. Colleen, all right, cool, let's have a go. And he really did innovate that character.
He's been with us from day.
Yeah, from day. Like I said, everything I learned about Colleen back in the early days when she only had that V-Trigger 1 was from watching Neon and Nephew in America. And a little bit of Punko as well, when you got to see him play.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating to see how far he's come. I will give him a bit of a kick up the butt for the slight downplays. Now, having said that, ultimately I do agree with him.
I think he was quite fair.
I do agree with him. No, not necessarily the top 10 place, and I think that's understandable. But you're just getting hit by the fierce punch because you're pressing a button in the wrong space. It's absolutely true. But I mean, the reward she gets is not comparable to most characters in the game. Having said that, we'll go into this in a bit more detail in the next segment. There are areas in his tournament run where you really see highlighted the limitations of Colleen. You know, she is a fascinatingly strong character. She's so creative, but she is highly dependent on meter and VT, and we'll talk about that a bit later. And in general, even though he made it look easy at times, the fireball game is really uphill for her in a lot of matchups. I mean, he punished like something like, I think there was one round where he punished something like 3 out of like 20 samurai fireballs, and he managed to win that round. So the reward when she punishes is quite significant, but she needs resource to punish, and the concentration required to punish is super hard because they're not rapid punishes, they're quite slow. So I see exactly where he's coming from, and I do agree. And I've been teasing Tyrant saying Colleen's easily top 5. She's easily, if you look at just maybe that top 10 and common matchups, maybe she is a top 5 character. But if you look at the overall cast, she's got a lot of surprisingly uphill matchups compared to other top 10 characters.
He put across that he feels that she isn't top 5 because she doesn't do well against the specifically top tier characters.
Some of the top tier characters with projectiles, right? Yeah.
Because a lot of them do have access to projectiles. But you know,
I also think she struggles against some characters who don't have projectiles. Yeah. 1 or 2 as well.
I would say so.
Where other top tier characters either beat or go even with those characters.
The other thing you have to remember as well, like, a Shoto is not going to beat you by throwing fireballs. That's not how they win. No, you know, the fireball is there to set up a dash. Is there to set up a whiff punish. It's there to throw you off your game, right?
Well, unless you're a samurai, though, there was a few rounds where he literally won just throwing fireballs and DPing, which is just, I don't know how he did that.
Fundamentals. But for Colleen, if you're just playing on the ground, that's really good for her. Really good for her. The way that her mid-range buttons are, especially when she's in V-trigger, if she can make you afraid to engage in that kind of mid-range, then she's got an unreactable half-screen dash that puts you in a mix-up immediately between frame trap or throw. So that V-trigger lasts forever as well, by the way. Like it reminds me of like Bison's V-trigger 2. It just doesn't go down. No, it just doesn't. It's just frozen there. No pun intended. It just doesn't. The gauge just doesn't go down.
Even when she's using it, she gets a lot out of it as well.
Yeah.
I will say he mentioned that Colleen was getting a bit of heat online. I'll put my hand up. I was kind of one of the reasons why that kicked off.
You can't lab that V. There's nothing to lab in that V-trigger.
My argument was fair though. I wasn't even saying that what Neon was saying was a bit silly, but you know, I understand where he's coming from. My argument was, hey man, if that V-trigger was 3 bars, she'd still be sick.
Oh, definitely.
But all the Colleen players were like, no way, man, she'd be irrelevant, she'd be down. Like, no, she wouldn't. I actually think that is, in essence, when you compare that to other V-triggers,
I mean, it's not like she's ever V-reversing, right? So
one of the worst V-reversals in the game.
She'll still get the bars. She'll still get the trigger. You don't really see Colleen players. I don't really see them use 2 V-triggers around. Normally because she activates V-trigger and wins anyway. But I can't. It's not like Ibuki where I'm like, yeah, she's just going to get 2 V-triggers.
She doesn't build V-gauge like that, does she?
It's mainly going to be from her crush counters and taking damage. So it's an interesting one. We'll go into the kind of matchup specifics. I know you want to do a nice bit of analysis for us.
Oh man, some of the stuff that
we're
going to
get into this. The specifics. Try and break down some of the play that really was putting Nephew over the top in this weekend's tournament. We're going to take a short pause for the calls. We'll be back on the other side, and F-Word is going to regale you with his fantastic insight into breaking down some of Nephew's top plays this weekend. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short message.
I'll take you downtown. Boom! That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go.
Terrific win! My unveiling. I will be exposed to the entire world. When the time of the prophecy comes, when all is revealed, then the people of the world will rejoice, already knowing who I am. Call me Lord and Emperor.
God's will. Time to return to harmony. Jurassic wing!
My perfection does not require any training.
Beyond the battle.
Get ready.
Destroy. Begin.
Let's go.
Disappear. Kneel.
Strength to crush the spirit of the king. Alright! I really like to exercise. And training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death, vile insect.
Pull out all the stuff!
Hadouken! Resurrection! Witness the power of the continental. This is the power of the king.
Paraneuro device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Dom unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Dom unit 0. Activate.
Well, Joey, who is a piece of junk?
Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. Oh, this is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
Welcome back to Fighting Words with myself, F-Word, and the one and only Logan Sama, catching up on what was an incredibly exciting, controversial, emotional, unpredictable CPT this weekend past with the one and only Nephew booking his biggest tournament win in history. And I think we want to spend this segment, Logan, highlighting not only Nephew, but some of the other guys in the tournament, some of the incredible play we saw. Because these guys being exposed to each other as much as they are, the levels they are getting to with some of these matchups, the specific options in some of these matchups. And that interview with Nephew stands out even more looking back at some of the moments I highlighted, because clearly this guy's gone away and studied specific calling answers to specific challenges in certain matchups. And we'll look at some of that as we go through some of these segments.
All right, what's the first one on the list that you wanted to pull up?
Well, there was a round. So let's back Nephew up a bit here, because he has said Colleen's a very strong character. She does have limitations. We agree. One of the limitations I mentioned earlier that we want to look at in a bit more detail is her lack of ability to really continuously hurt you or to make you pay when she doesn't have V-Trigger or meter. Now, don't get me wrong, meter's very accessible in this game, and so is V-Trigger, right? But there are long-term scenarios and periods you'll find yourself in where you don't have meter. And one thing I found really impressive about Nephew this weekend was a few scenarios where he had no meter or V-Trigger, he was still able to play incredibly well and win the round.
Yeah, I feel like if you're not overextending yourself, because the one problem that Colleen has, right, is defensive options are not great. You have to make some big reads. She's really susceptible to throws as well.
Very susceptible to throws,
Like she has one frame EX parry, but you have to make the read on what that's going to be as well. So for her, like, if she overextends and does get knocked down off the back of it, then it's not good time for her. It's not, and at the same time, she doesn't play very well when she's having to deal with like half-screen fireballs either. So there's like a very fine line in between that. You picked out one specific round out of the winners' semi-finals, which is kind of deep into the game. They've already, they've had their initial back and forth, Nephew's already pulled out into the lead. So do you want to like have a go through this? Let's take a look at it.
What I love about this round is Nephew's coming into this round with no meter, no VT, like I mentioned, and XSK Samurai, playing a character that has a bit more damage and momentum access without meter, right? So it's very important that Nephew gets off to a good start in this round. So we kick off the round and straight away XS Samurai goes in.
See, that was a lucky break there as well, because he immediately like got off with a whiff punish that would have been significantly dangerous to him, right? Where he whiffs that back roundhouse and the standing medium kick whiffs, he gets away with it. But as you said, he managed to make a number of correct reads here.
Yeah, he's sacrificing damage for momentum, right? He's made those reads 3 in a row. He's now made 4 reads in a row. That was 50% of the cost. Akuma's stunned. And you may have probably won the round, but Akuma's still alive in this situation. So you're seeing how delicate she is without meter and how little damage she does without it as well.
And now you're seeing getting thrown in the corner. But as soon as he gets the bar, he is on his horse.
He's more. This is what I was so impressed with Nephew about.
Throw into the corner, having to hold that throw again, and the pressure
he's gone.
Immediately uses it.
He's fully aware of where she's at her, and you said already, and he said it, in the corner, especially against characters like Rashid and Akuma, not a good place to be. He wastes no time. He's happy to play with no meter. More than happy.
Again, that back roundhouse.
Yeah, there was a number of like whiffs in mid-game. You're going to get away with them in SF5, right?
Samurai's on point though, boy. Like fractionally away from whiff punishing.
So close. And that stand medium kick whiff punishes them from a mile away.
I have to say, Samurai use of the walk speed of Akuma and the low forward fireball across the weekend. There's the activation though.
And there's no meter again. So imagine what that would have been, that activation, if he had the meter. He didn't. Gets opened up now. Gotta guess right. Demon's there as well. Thought he was going to try and run away from the demon. He bet right by sitting there. And now the V-Trigger's activated. Finally, second bar in that entire round. he's able to close it out. He made about 8 correct reads on offense and 3 correct reads on defense that round. That is not a scenario in Street Fighter 5 that I would say is going to be successful in the long term.
That's a lot of correct decisions to make to win a round, right?
To win a single round.
Against characters that, at best, maybe only have to be right twice.
Exactly.
And probably at worst, it's like 5 times. You know what I mean?
This is it. So I was super impressed with that round. I just remember watching it being like, hold on, he's hit him about 5 times. Why is Akuma still alive? So I rewound it and I was like, oh, okay, she's got no meter. She doesn't really hurt without me. She could do more damage on those hits, but then she sacrifices a bit of Oki, you know. So I really loved the way he played that round. That was super impressive. So I wanted to highlight that because there was loads of rounds where he did the typical Colleen stuff, right? And he reset and he put it on the other side. I mean, Strider got hit by a few things as well. But that was the round where it was a bit more of an honest approach and he was still able to get the victory. And I think
now you saw one of Samurai's defensive options there was the jump back EX Fireball.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
I know you wanted to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. I think actually from that point on, after that round, every round afterwards, I think XSK Samurai won with a jump EX Fireball on offense, in neutral, and throw tech evasion as well. He used it so well. And I don't know if we need to highlight every single moment where he did it, but these clutch scenarios where Akuma finds himself in trouble, what the big plus here for Akuma is the fact that he can do a neutral jump or a back jump and still change his jump arc, right? That's the limitation in Street Fighter 5 where you had not so much in other Street Fighters. You have to jump forward to change the jump arc in Street Fighter 5 for the most part.
Yeah, well, we all remember Akuma doing jump back air fireball, mate, for like 9 years.
So he took that away. But with EX, he can do that. And man, they use it so well. What was his name? Did it so well last week, the other week as well. Takamura, my goodness, he used it to such great effect. It's just such a great risk.
Listen, if you think the throw's coming, then it's a great answer. If you think a delayed button's coming, it's a great answer as well. And Akuma, when he has V trigger and a bit of bar, it's a great thing to throw out because they're afraid of the EXDP, right?
How many times do you see people trying to avoid the throw and jump and die for the jump? So they've actually guessed right. The throw came out. But you're not safe jumping. But because he's got that arc change, he can evade and do that EX. And it's got such a humongous hitbox. Yeah. Actually, there was one period that James Chen called out where it hit the back of her head. She was pretty much behind him.
In the sky is actually going to tie the set up. What kind of hitbox was that?
It's proper mad.
It just didn't make any sense.
Proper mad. Let's move on. I know you picked out some more from some of the other players that were involved in the tournament as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a similar theme, actually. I really want to talk about, because I think there's a ton of really impressive Gs out there. You got Chris ECH, you got Brian F, you got Smug. But for me, Strider is just, this is what makes Strider like the G, you know? Because it's so frustrating playing against him because he's not solely reliant on that V trigger and that activation. This guy can play an entire round of just dry, boring ass footsies G. And it is actually super hard to get around.
He would happily play every round like that.
More than happy. I mean, this guy didn't even come close to getting a V-trigger this round, so I can't remember who he was up against in this particular set.
JB, so
JB,
we already highlighted that he had a really strong record against JB. And
he did, yeah.
To be honest with you, this set was a real shutdown.
JB approached it quite wildly to start off, and it was working at one point, but Strider slowly adapted to it. But this round, if you look at it from start to finish, it's just crouch medium kick all freaking day. It's just like he's just niggling away at him like for the entire round, and every little thing JB tries, it doesn't seem relevant because it's not really how Street Fighter works. Street Fighter 5 specifically, you know. Yeah. You want that explosive damage, you want that big opening, you want that Oki, but what he's doing is just a tap after tap, and he goes to reset. He doesn't even follow up for any kind of... Every time he anti-aired, it was just a meaty crouch medium from a distance. Every time. And he's looking for that jump. I think he lost the round a few rounds ago to a jump. So he started looking for the jump now, crouch medium, every single time. And this doesn't look relevant, but you'll see slowly but surely another crouch medium. The health just disappearing.
I mean, surely like the risk of crouch fierce has to be there. That's... I can't imagine...
I agree, but it looks like he's doing it like...
Yeah.
Quite almost, he's whiff punishing a few of them, and others he's just sticking out surprised. Look at that, there it is. Is that 5? I think that's 5 already. 6.
Nice, he actually whiff punished Crouch Fierce there.
Okay, that was a poorly spaced wheel kick there, so JB's got a chance, but he backdashed and he was ready, he was negative, got that jab, and suddenly he's doing the G stuff. So after, look at all the health that JB's lost though, just a normal G. Just to crouch
he's not even leveled up. He's not even leveled up as well. This is bog standard level 1.
I think that's 9. 9 crouch medium kicks, And how many were blocked, Logan?
Yeah.
Hardly any were blocked. Just kept on catching him standing.
And there's the fireball to close out the
And that's
round.
another great footsie tool he has as well, as that beautiful fireball. So for me, it's just, again, we can look at the standard SF5 stuff where you see a guy activate V-trigger, mix the hell out of you, and beat the hell out of you in 2 guesses and you're dead. And G's very good at that. And Strider's very good at that. In fact, one thing I cannot stand about Strider, playing against and watching him play, is when he has the V-trigger, he doesn't waste it at all. He literally just walks forward, does jab, stand light kick, crouch light punch. That's all he does. And he's buffering every single one with extremely malicious intent. Because he knows there's no point in wasting it unless I have to. Because if one of these jabs hits you, you're in the blender. So even the way he plays when he has V-trigger activated is almost the same as he's playing now, but he's then using buffer buttons instead of crouch medium. Really impressed with his strategy. Unfortunate with the drops that occurred for him in a number of his sets, but his run was really impressive up to that point as well, I must say.
What else have you got on the list there, sir?
I think we'll go with one more now, and it's just one little moment that I really loved from and why not talk about the champ again, right? Let's talk about Nephew. In this specific moment, you see he's been having a hard time in this set getting around the fireball and the footsie game of AO and Strider. And this, I just love the way he sets this up. You know, he mentioned that he'd been studying for G and strategies against him.
Yeah.
This is definitely set up. From start to finish, I feel like he set this up. He made him throw this fireball. He did that fierce backdash to make the fireball whiff. So the backdash put him in the spacing to make the fireball whiff. Saw the fireball, charged in, and caught the recovery of the fireball. It is just so clean. It's just, everything about it is just sick. I mean, I watched it about 5 times, and I'm convinced that, because a few times he did that fierce punch, and the reaction, because she's minus, is just to throw a fireball. So this time he just did fierce punch, and the backdash was just for that fireball to come out and to punish it. But I didn't realize she could step in and catch the recovery while making the fireball whiff. It's just such a matchup specific like execution and strategy, and it's art at its best. I mean, I really love that moment. It's not something you're gonna do a million times in a set, but it's something that's going to win you around.
Well, he took him to the corner, and he was able to turn that corner pressure and situation into a significant round, and that got him the first game.
Yep.
And set him on his way. Any other points that you want to raise at all?
No. For me, well, obviously there was a lot from XSK Samurai that I wanted to talk about too, but I really wanted to focus on our guy. I don't know if there's anything you particularly want to highlight, but for me, that moment there was the icing on the cake when he did that. I know there was loads more he did in the day, but for me, that moment there epitomized the amount of time he spent before this tournament studying specific matchups. And you see that when you see his sets with XSK Samurai. How many fireballs did he punish? How many reads did he make on the crouch medium kick? How many whiff punishes did he catch in neutral? So much stuff he did specifically to get round. Every time XSK Samurai did a reckless jump air fireball in V-trigger, you know, it was the vanity step into the spear and just went straight through it. He was just ready. So many things that he'd studied, and then to put that study into practice at the most intense point, you know, in tournament. You've never won a tournament this big. I'm just blown away by how he played this weekend. A deserved winner, and I think that theme continues, Logan. Constantly we're seeing the guy who plays best on the weekend is the guy who tends to be the guy who wins.
Absolutely. I think, you know, again, we made the point earlier, it's really reminiscent of Capcom Cup, where, you know, the person who's the favourite, the informed favourite, generally isn't the one that's come through and won. It's very rare that the obvious name has taken the spot. You know, we started with that with Phenom, definitely the number one seed there. But I don't think, aside from that, I don't think a number one seed has won any of these events.
Yeah, and Daigo wasn't a number one seed.
Definitely not. No.
Take a genius to call that one happening.
A man of so much humility. Absolutely, that's exactly what it would take.
No, but brilliant. Honestly, I really enjoyed watching all those guys play. I have to give a massive shout out to Snake Eyes, Chris CCH as well. I mean, these guys were just playing incredible as well.
Snake Eyes was really enjoyable.
Oh man, so enjoyable.
Really enjoyable
and honestly, for me, super hella cheap for me. I'm sorry. That character is a bit of I can't say the word, but scumbag. More so than I realized.
What, Kage?
I'm telling you,
listen,
man.
When things go right for Kage, he looks super strong, but
look, he's not. Look, his neutral game is super weak, right?
But so does Alex. Like, Alex looks mad strong when things go right for him as well.
No,
do you know what I mean?
But
come on, my guy.
Kage's corner game is literally up there with it almost anyone.
Oh yeah, no, Kage's
that
corner
game
ridiculous.
is like ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. It's almost as good as Ibuki's. Let's move on.
She's alright.
There was a very important subject that I guess was raised during this weekend in terms of the controversy. I suppose we should talk about. I spoke about it a little bit on the Sunday.
Yeah, actually, I must say kudos to you. I think you made some really good points on Sunday.
You know, the issue of sportsmanship and conduct. And I have to say, I was very, very happy to see on the Tuesday night Punk making a public apology, specifically to Alex Myers about the names that he called him. And Myers thanking Punk for publicly apologising, and it seems like there's no hard feelings, and that's what we love to see. I mean, it's understandable that in an era of social media and professional players that you can't allow yourself to react in such a heated way, but we've definitely... I've definitely, for the last 10 years that I've been in the FGC, have seen people react to losing by, like, questioning the ability of their opponent. You know,
dude, I lose ranked to guys 10 times better than me, and the salt will make me question the ability of my opponent. But not publicly, right? That's the point you're making here.
There's more responsibilities now. You know, if we all want to play in a basement somewhere for $20. At a friendly tournament that some community heads put together, you know, we can stay there. But if we want to be on, like, big professional money...
This is official.
Representing big international esports organizations and attracting, you know, sponsors to get involved with a professional tour. It's not the Capcom Play-In Tour. It's not the Capcom Amateur Hour Tour. It's the Capcom Professional Tour, and we definitely need that professional conduct. But on the other side, you can definitely appreciate the level of frustration that these players must be going through, because at the moment, you know, a lot of us feel hard times. There's a lot of people that, you know, are out of work, that are working on reduced hours and reduced money. We've all felt it. You know, I haven't DJ'd in a nightclub since mid-January, I think, and we're in August now.
Yep.
So, you know, it's hard times for everybody. But these players that play for a living, they're used to traveling around the world and playing in the best conditions that they can against players and feeling like a sense of, like, fairness in the competition, right? And when things introduce into that, where I'm not just playing you, my opponent, I've got to play against random internet connection problems. I've got to play against, you know, a rollback online. I've got to play against input delay.
You could even argue power outages.
You know, I've got to play against power outages. That might be in the player's house. We had a power outage in the office of the stream the other week as well. All kinds of things are happening here. And when you do this for a job, you can understand why, you know, it means so much more to some of these players than it does. Yeah. Because, look, if you're sponsored and you're in this event, like, it's not like, I lose this week, but don't worry, I'm going to go to Premiere in Singapore next week, and it's fine, I can redeem myself.
No.
You know what I mean? I've got 2 events. That's it. So it's a lot of pressure. What do you think about it? Because obviously you caught up with it afterwards. I was watching it live. And there's some other stuff that I want to talk about and highlight as well.
It's interesting from my perspective because obviously I was oblivious to I just saw the tournament.
Yeah.
Minus, you know, just with the commentary, you know, from James and Ringe, and it just everything seemed fine to me. I was obviously surprised to see Myers, you know, beat Punk. Myers was quite open about
I mean, you saw the slowdown in the match.
I saw the slowdown in the match, but even then it didn't occur to me like that's if you're seeing a slowdown in the match, that usually means from the player's perspective it is 10 times worse. That didn't occur to me. It was only when afterwards I started thinking, damn, that must have been some
That's a point that I wanted to make as well, because as spectators, what we see as spectators in the lobby is definitely not always what the players are experiencing.
I think it was our first episode of Fighting Words. I said, man, my favourite match was Angrybird versus the other Arab Zeku
yeah.
player, and the match looked sick. I mean, they were like, with punishing all the hit confirms, this Zeku player looks insane. Then Angrybird posted a video
over his shoulder,
over his shoulder of the match, and it was just teleports all over the place. I was like, my goodness, that you would have never guessed. But that's literally what it's like. So if you do actually, from a spectator perspective, as you said, see a tiny bit of lag, that usually means there's a tremendous amount of lag from a player perspective, right? So yeah, I was super shocked by that, but at the same time I kind of just got over it and thought, okay, let's see how the rest of the tournament goes. I was really enjoying the tournament. Then I saw the aftermath and I thought to myself, yeah, okay, Punks, he's made a mistake there. You shouldn't have reacted like that. I think once you've had time to sit down and process it, you realize that, damn, that's frustrating what's happened. But the last person you should really blame, I think, is the player, you know, because the situation is kind of out of the player's hands. Yeah, I mean, you could argue there's some players out there who maybe could make more effort to have connections, but we saw Snake Eyes as well. I mean, Alex Myers had the same issue in the same tournament. Yeah. And we saw Snake Eyes post his upload and download rates, and it was through the roof, right? So these things are not necessarily based on connections.
Well, it's an interesting point that you bring up upload and download rates, because they're largely irrelevant. You know, this needs to be explored a bit more, I think, in terms by like the people that really know the technology side of it, right? Because you can have 1 TB up, 1 TB down, like the most godlike connection somewhere.
Yeah.
But like your packet loss, your ping, you know, the server that you're running through. I've had games on CFN where the start of the set is beautiful.
Yeah,
true. The third game in the set is stop motion, like we may as well be playing by post. And then by the end of the set, it's fine again as well. All of these things add up. And
but from a basic level, if you've got a guy that's got like 2 MB upload and, you know, I mean, you're screwed.
I mean, you don't need a huge amount, to be honest, to
but
play
you're
this
screwed
game.
if it's that low, right? Because, I mean, capacity isn't going to be the definitive factor, like you said.
Yeah.
But it's going to help, I would imagine, versus someone who's using, you know, for example, you got people playing on wireless connections, and you know who you are. You know who you are.
I mean, that is a bannable offence.
This is having.
There's a reason for that, right? We know at least that much. We know that playing on Wi-Fi is no bueno, so we avoid that. But it's something that we should look into as well. You know, a lot of people are saying that playing on PC, they find that better for them in terms of its online environment. And I just literally saw Alex Valle post this week that they're looking at the potential of doing an all PC tournament for Wednesday Night Fights. I know Valle has been a big proponent of PC as a platform for competitive gaming, specifically within the FGC. Now, offline, that comes with all manner of issues that need to be addressed, both on the TO side and also probably the developer side, in terms of making it a lot more viable to run offline open bracket tournaments on PC.
Me and you attended a PC tournament.
Yeah, but again, that
was super
that is a situation where it's a lot more controllable, where it was an invitational event, it was closed off, you had a limited number of players, they came in, it wasn't 500 people plugging peripherals in and out of a device. That should improve and will improve going forward. And obviously playing on PC gives a number of opportunities and avenues in which sponsorship can be improved as well. But it's a very interesting technical side. And because now there's so much weighted on online play as opposed to offline being the default, it's got us asking a lot more questions and exploring a lot more of these things that kind of before we sort of glossed over and did look, you know, it's offline. It's online. It doesn't really matter.
Offline anyway.
I'll play you next week at the tournament, and that's what matters. You know, even the weeklies, you know, Wednesday Night Fights and NLBC, it's, you know, we're going to go and play offline, and it is what it is. And I'm just going to play online for fun or leveling up or training a specific thing. You know, it's not
it's not serious.
The serious thing, but it is what we have now. We have to look into it.
I mean, I was part of the crew last year that was literally saying, yo, man, why are online points the same as a ranking? I was literally protesting they should be half the points. I was one of those guys, and I had a lot of arguments on Twitter with people who disagreed. But actually, taking that away now, as much as there's this negativity, there's also this huge opportunity that this situation has put us in as well. It's such an amazing opportunity. If we can get this right, you know.
Yeah.
Just think about what the doors
I think one of the most interesting things about the CPT and how it's set up now with the region lock is that it puts players on an equal footing in terms of whether you're a professional sponsored player that has a limitless travel budget, of which there are a good 20 to 30 players around the world that can go to any event they want at any time. And the players that are just mad talented but either have to focus on work or study, or they just don't have access to the finance to be able to afford to travel. And you see, looking at these players, specifically on this weekend, right, and at NA East, a lot of the North American players, you see a lot of players in North America that are very talented, but rarely will they travel outside of America.
Yep.
Look at him at the top, the Capcom Cup champion, never played outside of North America. You look at Samurai. All of his points last year came within North America. You look again, Nephew. Nephew wasn't traveling internationally.
He wasn't,
A lot of players were not able to travel internationally. And this has really given the opportunity and kind of leveling the playing field where it's just how you perform is all that matters.
That's it. You're all able to attend as long as you're in the region. It's just how you play on the day. And I think that's shown in the results, right? I remember we could rewind back to your interview with SKZ and what it cost him to go to like an EVO.
That was Chuan that said that, but
Was it Chuan?
It's like $4,000 for him to go to EVO for the weekend. Like
Crazy.
You've basically got to win.
And just think about the basic salary out there as well. It's not like it's the same economy, right? And even just now, the interview we saw from Nephew, very similar, right? This kid's just graduated, got his job, but prior to that, what on earth was he going to use to get to a tournament in France or Japan? So yeah, it really is a fascinating situation, and it really is a great opportunity if we can overcome.
I think one of the things I would love to see going forwards with online, rather than being just an online version of a ranking event, if I may make a suggestion for anyone watching.
We're listening, Logan. Please,
I would
go ahead.
love for online to be like a qualification process for players that are not professional to get to attend some of the bigger events. So rather than having an open online event that, your pros can all get involved with and try and farm points from, just from the comfort of their houses, because those pros are traveling as well, right? You look at...
So is the condition to be able to enter that you're not sponsored?
I would say the condition... I would like to see a situation where we have offline events with rankings and premieres and super premieres that obviously anyone can go to, right? And then you have online events which don't reward points. They're not point-giving events for the CPT. So that should discourage professional players from entering, because why are they entering for, right? But what it does do is give the opportunity to be flown out to an event of your choice. So, the talented players that are forced by circumstance, whatever that may be, to only be able to just play at home, and they're good and they're talented. You win one of these online events, we'll take you to CEO, we'll take you to Japan Cup. We'll take you to wherever, EVO, wherever you may want to go.
Would you be against the middle ground there? Like some points and you go?
I think by having points involved in online events, it would encourage the players that don't need that support to enter.
And do you think it would get too political if we had some kind of like, you're sponsored, you can't enter kind of scenario?
I don't mind people that are sponsored entering. Like, I wouldn't ban people from entering.
Because some sponsorship deals are trash,
but like, what's the point if there's no points? Like, is Punk and 801 Strider gonna enter a tournament to get what, a travel stipend to go to an event? Like, do they need that?
I just had this thought of like Problem X, like literally like paying himself his travel budget and then getting paid to go to the tournament by winning the ranking tournament. I think I've had a conversation with a sponsored player about that, where you got your travel budget.
Yeah.
You can actually transfer it to your salary.
Yeah.
If you've got the travel covered. But yeah, I mean, hopefully no one will be that selfish.
Maybe like if you're in like the top 100 players at the moment in global ranking, then you can't enter, or so, I don't know, something like that.
Maybe something. Yeah.
But I would like online to be like a conveyor belt in which it gives talented players the opportunity to get involved. Kind of like how you have the qualification process for Japanese SFL.
Yeah, exactly.
Where they've got like an under-22s qualification.
And they did similar
thing
in Korea. In fact, that's where Oh my god, I've forgotten his name. The amazing young Korean player. He's actually ridiculous. He's playing Ibuki and Kami now. You're all screaming at the screen, and I've forgotten his bloody name. And he had a great performance.
Korean player that plays Ibuki and Kami.
He came from him and XYZZY were in the grand finals of an under 21 like Korean event, and ever since then he has just skyrocketed into this ridiculous pro player. So it's actually a great idea. I see the potential of the idea.
Yeah.
I just also see a lot of pro online guys being like, yo man, online's just as legit, why do I get no points? But your argument about not including points is pretty strong. So
yeah, for me, it has pluses and negatives. I feel like if you want to go pro at Street Fighter 5, the benefits of getting to go to a premiere event and what that entails outweigh getting, 15 points for getting a top 8 when you've got iDom, Du, Jewel Kevin, Smug, or 801 Strider, Samurai, Punk, Justin Wong, all entering these tournaments and just bullying. But for me, I'd like to see more people get the opportunity to go and get involved in the FGC. And experience the awesome weekend that you have, the 3 or 4 days that you have at a premiere, even just beyond playing in the tournament. Because playing in a big tournament, as you know, your experience on stage at Evo the first time you went there.
This is another thing for an online guy.
It's a humbling experience.
Very much,
right?
So, yeah.
But also the benefits of getting to go and play casual sets, money matches, whatever you want to do.
Kick his ass, Daigo, send that guy back to the UK.
Whatever whatever you want to do on the weekend. I definitely feel that like the value of that is way higher than 10, 20 points. In CPT.
Well, also the experience, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like just that's where we really appreciate events, and a lot of the players have said that in your interviews. That man, forget the tournament. What about the casuals? What about the sets that you get to run with some of the best players in the world?
That's why a lot of people are super looking forward to SFL.
Yeah,
it's going to be their first chance to play offline sets.
Listen, it's the first time I've seen a bunch of guys. We just saw Problem X on Winner Stays On taking the game, and he's been playing tons. But you can see the difference in the mentality. Gustavo's interview as well. Yo, offline events are back. Like, my mentality is completely different.
Yeah, Nephew saying that the rest of the year I'm going to be spending practicing for this SFL. This is the thing for me.
This is it.
We're going to talk about SFL actually in a bit because the preseason is happening right now, and you would have just seen another episode. We're going to be talking about those matches. Shout out to the Florida community and all the people that have come through there. Of course, you have had a Capcom Cup champion in NuckleDu, and NuckleDu is going to be involved in SFL, so that's a great news. But we are going to get into something a little bit more fun. And that is Clip That.
Woo! I think one of my favorite moments of the show.
Each week on the show, we are going to be bringing you this feature, Clip That, in conjunction with High Fights. Of course, the man who is best known for making sure that all of the hypest moments in Street Fighter are seen by the rest of the world via his clips.
I'm loving his extended clips with the analysis as well, man.
The Just Frame analysis videos.
Loving them.
Awesome stuff. Yeah, really good, really insightful breakdown in some of the most important moments that happen in Street Fighter 5 as well. More analysis, the more information out there, the more you know. Do you know what I mean? That's what I like to see. But we are going to focus on some of the most entertaining clips of the past 7 days. Well, not the past 7 days. Last week, Monday to Sunday, last week. We got 4 for you, and it's up to you to pick your favourites. We are going to open up with this nice piece of predictive reaction from Aita against his former main.
Oh, I love this.
Let's take a look at this.
Love this.
トリガー発動中のセスは非常に火力が高いぞ。ペルシャとしても油断できない。
リーチになっちゃいますね。
はい。
さあこれはリーチです。
リーチ。ペルシャにもトリガーはありますが、
EX 処理でもありそう。
対空からでも終わりかねないのか。
普通に。
なんだこの男、見えすぎている。い
や考えてることがもうレベルが違う。
発動を確かに狙いたいのは分かりますけど、そこをリーサルにするんですか。
Jeez, how about that? And what a surprise. I mean, you're playing this guy's character. You should know better, right? He's played Ken for way longer than he should have played Ken. He's finally found a character that's going to be even harder to predict than his Ken. And I love the fact Ata's playing Seth, by the way. And you could see him literally on the screen saying, I dare you. I dare you to try to activate right now. Go on. I know. I used to play a character. I know
it was
what
like
you're
the
thinking.
perfect space to just be able to get that super out.
Oh, mate, it was brilliant. And there you have it. Great reactions there from Ata. I had to keep that one in. You know what we would have loved to see? I would have loved to see Ata's reaction when he did that. Because he's not like the typical Japanese player. He probably jumped up with a fist pump, looked at his opponent's face and said, ha, I knew you were going to do that. That's what Ata's like. Gotta love that guy.
Mind games.
Love that guy. But there's more. There's more. And I'll
What we
tell you
got
what,
next?
I've got to try and keep a straight face on this one. I'm going to call this clip Deja Vu. Because this is K-Brad being hit by the exact same setup again, seeing it coming 5 seconds before it came, and knowing that there's no way he's going to block it because he just can't control his instincts on what direction to hold. Please run that clip, K-Brad. We love you. This is hilarious.
Wow. Not again. Not again! Now you see. Final round.
I'm so bad I got hit again! One of the most entertaining streamers out there. I love. I could just listen to K-Brad talk.
There's only one, man. There's only one. He's amazing. He's amazing. I love how humble he is in that moment as well. He's like accepted his fate, and he goes into the next round like still laughing. It was funny to him. It was funny to us. We all found it funny. It was brilliant. You know, as soon as the cross counter hit, it was like Street Fighter 4 rewind. More or less an unblockable if you're not used to it. And there you go. I just love it.
Sick stuff. Let's move on to the next one. It was the Salt Mine League finals this weekend.
Yes.
Well, the qualifiers were sick as well. We had some amazing moments from the Four Fields Falk. I have to shout out because he played great.
Amazing.
But the finals threw up some even more hype moments. And I have to shout out my guy St. Cola, who added to the excitement of this one. Fasa, the man, the innovator of V-Trigger 2. Well, this is certainly a good use for that V-Trigger. Let's check it out here.
Hurricane cannot get hit right now. He cannot get tapped. He cannot get touched because I see the C8 on the deck.
Oh, and he throws his screen. That's the critical art.
Neutral overrated. Aegis outdated. Long have we awaited. V-Trigger 2 activated. Fasa is your Salt Mine League champion for this week. Taking it, winner's side. V-Trigger 2 against Hurricane.
Woo! I don't get bored of hearing that. St. Cola, the innovator of the bars, and the bars so appropriately met. I'll tell you something. What made that more hype for me is the history between... I know you don't like it, do you? Logan thinks it's cheesy. He's a hater, St. Cola. Don't listen to this guy. It's amazing.
What are you talking about?
It's the long history between Fasa and Hurricane, of Hurricane just
Why
whooping
don't
the
I
guy's
like
butt.
that?
Just, because you're a grime artist, you're a grime DJ, you just, bars have to be so specifically executed for you.
What are you talking
You probably
about?
don't even like American accent rap.
You're
do you?
weird
You
guy,
hate everyone. That's Logan's thing. Whenever you get under his skin, he says you're weird.
You're just
Keep an eye
being
on that.
weird.
Keep an eye on that, yeah? Make sure you keep this part in because I can see I'm getting to him right now. Anyway, as I was saying, I think that was an amazing call there from us.
It was. I mean,
do you love it enough to say it?
What's that?
Let's say it together.
I can't remember all the lines. I can't remember it in order. Long have we...
Age-
Footsie's overrated. Footsie's outdated. Aegis overrated. Long have we awaited. V-Trigger 2 activated.
Okay, I believe you now. I believe you rated it. Okay, I take it all back.
Yeah, it was sick.
It was sick.
It was sick. I remember that from... that was a meme going around a while ago, but he always remixes it like proper sick in the moment
It was just such a great moment for it as well,
yeah,
right? Such a great moment.
Sick. I mean, basically all they did was activate V-Trigger, freeze time, and do a super, and I've seen it a million times, but it was just hype in the moment, man. Like,
no, but the whole set had
Yeah.
got a lot of mileage off V-Trigger 2, to be
Yeah.
fair. But that moment wasn't exactly a V-Trigger 2 moment.
it was just hype. It was sick.
It was sick.
Shout outs to St. Cola. You definitely doing about 15 tournaments that week, as per usual.
And shout out to Fasa, man. I mean, geez, that guy's been getting bodied by Hurricane to get that win. Well done to him, because I know it was long overdue. We got more, haven't we? Logan?
Last one more. What you got in the bag?
Well, I had a bit of a deliberation between the ones I was going to pick here. And we had a fantastic clip from our guy, you know, the #1 folk in the world. But we're going to go with the one and only, the unique individual who always manages to make us laugh. Smug the Beast, meeting iDom online.
Paying his respects. Paying his respects to the champ.
Accordingly. Run that clip.
Yo, iDom with this Laura costume, I think he did an amazing job. Shout out to iDom. I want to play him one day, you know. I never really... Oh, what? I spoke too soon. He said, what's up, Smug? How are you? I'm chilling, man. I'm big chilling. So what I got to do, ladies and gentlemen, since I'm playing iDom, I feel like it's my honor. I got to command grab him like this. I felt like he deserved that command grab for winning Capcom Cup. I had to command grab you for that. I hope you understand. I am.
4 clips there, courtesy of High Fights. It's up to you to pick your favourite. So get on Twitter right now at Capcom Fighters and check out all of those videos. We want you to vote in the poll. Be fun to just decide which one you like the best.
I mean, it's going to be hard to pick this week.
I ain't really got a prize or anything.
Fantastic,
you know what I mean? No
Yeah,
budget. I've got no budget for prizes. You know,
something in the future. Get us some sponsors.
give away like one of F-Word's 500 dodgy T-shirts that are not licensed at all.
Mate, what are you hating for, mate? Don't hate, mate, yeah? These are made by individual artists in the community.
Absolutely.
I'm supporting the community.
Always. You're always doing so much for the community.
That's it, mate. That's it.
Community service.
It's just in my nature, mate.
Yeah.
Community service. Sounds like a stereotype there, Logan. Treading thin ice, mate. Careful.
Ah, dearie me. Let's move on very quickly. Actually, let's take a break so I can... Woo! We're going to take a short break. We're back on the other side. We're going to talk about Street Fighter League Preseason and how excited we are for the prospect of Street Fighter League coming up as well. Don't go anywhere. It's Fighting Words. Capcom Fighters. Me and this geezer talking stuff.
That's right.
Back on the other side.
The curtain falls.
I'll take you downtown. Boom! That's how you start the fight and finish it quickly.
Let's have some fun.
Let me zap you. Here we go.
Terrific wing!
My unveiling. I will be exposed to the entire world. When the time of the prophecy comes, when all is revealed, then the people of the world will rejoice, already knowing who I am. Call me Lord and Emperor.
God's will. Time to return to harmony. Terrific wing!
My perfection does not require any training.
go beyond the battle.
Get ready!
Destroy! Begin!
Let's go!
Disappear! Kneel! You do not have the strength to crush the spirit of the king.
Alright! I really like to exercise. And training is a lot of fun.
Time to meet your death. 5 insect.
Pull out all the stuff!
Witness the power of the continental. This is the power of the king.
Paraneuro device expansion completed. Pseudo personality asset is imported properly. Biological brain connected. Doll unit 0. Startup sequence will begin.
Well now, little piece of junk. Time to wake up.
Doll unit 0 activated.
Well, Joey, who is a piece of junk?
Installed.
Show me something worth taking. Your data is now useless. Witness the power of the content engine. This is the power of the king! Your data will reside in me for eternity.
Hey, what's going on? Welcome back. It is Fighting Words. We are here into our last segment. We had a lot to talk about this week.
Yeah. Actually, surprisingly, not as much stuff going on, but still tons to talk about just because the individual topics we had
The
were so
world
deep.
of Street Fighter 5 is ever moving, ever changing, ever entertaining, and always controversial. But we are going to get into something now, which is certainly a positive. Out there, we've got the preseason of SFL happening every week, of course, before this show. If you missed it, you can watch the archives on this very channel, Capcom Fighters. But we're going to be running through the shows every week when we can, when we're here, when we're on air. And this week on the show, it was an all-Florida affair. Players representing Florida, either past or present. You had Brian F. against Psycho.
Love that.
And you had CJ Truth against Jewel Kevin. Jewel Kevin, of course, a new transplant over there to Florida. And Brian moving out of Florida into wherever the hell he is in the middle of nowhere. But you had, two interesting sets. Let's talk about the first one, which is Brian F. Against Psycho, opening up, of course, with Boxer against Nukkali.
Yep. Yeah, it's a really, really good back and forth set. I was super impressed with Psycho. I think it started, if you look at the first round, it started like Brian F's just going to like run through this guy.
Yeah, so Brian F opening up with V-School 2, V-Trigger 2, which a lot of the Boxer players are really like high on at the moment. You saw PR Rog pretty much using that exclusively on the weekend in the CPT. A lot of the Boxer players in Europe are really excited about V-School 2, V-Trigger 2 as a combo as well. Very interesting to see Psycho using V-School 2 as well, though.
I like that as an answer. Yeah, I think that might just be a V-Skill answer for that particular matchup. But that V-Skill 2 is actually quite useful in a lot of matchups there.
Well, you saw Brian really try and like get through it.
Yeah, he seemed a bit unfamiliar with how to deal with it. That or Boxer just doesn't have a great answer for it, so you just got to respect it. But he tried to disrespect it a lot, which didn't really work out a lot of the time. Although he did seem to have an answer towards the end.
The start up on the V-School 2 and the Kali's reasonably slow.
It is,
but,
depending on your distance and what options you have.
You have to have charge, you have to react super fast to it. You have to be looking for it. When you're looking for it, other things open up. There was a sick moment in there where he used the armor on the Screw Smash.
When he switched to V-Trigger 2.
V-Trigger 1.
Sorry, V-Trigger 1.
Yeah, so he went 2-0 down, obviously.
Yeah, man, that was surprising, right? But Psycho was playing sick. Cinematic, insane. Sorry, couldn't resist. Since I had Psycho, he was playing insanely well. He was starting to like disrespect him a little bit as well. What surprised me though was when Brian switched to V-Trigger 1 and got the win.
Yeah,
there was like no hesitation, just straight to Colleen
immediately.
For Psycho. Why? I mean, what? I mean, Nukkali seemed to be. Does the V-Trigger make that big a difference in the matchup? You can still fight the matchup. I feel like that moment was the change. It was a turning point. If he stuck with Nukkali, he might have been able to close it out. But there you have it.
Well, he went back to Nukkali.
He did, having sacrificed the game though with Colleen.
It's 3-2 up. And then G came out. How fitting, you know?
Yeah.
You're losing the set. It's going downhill.
Well, actually, I think he won with Colleen.
Activate G.
He won with Colleen.
Yeah, he won with Colleen. Activating with G. And lo and behold, the comeback was on. It was like a long version of a G round.
Two buttons.
It was just the 2 buttons were select on the character select screen. That's what it was. But yeah, great stuff from Brian F.
Yeah, great adaptation from Brian to bring it back in.
I think Brian's really growing like year on year as a player. Like he's always been a very cerebral player.
He's also had the right mentality as well. That kind of like open sharing mentality is always going to make you stronger. As much as people try to hide stuff, I think he's got better because he's always been.
I'm really enjoying his content. His content's putting out.
I love the him showing his journey. So he did an SF4 content the other day of his tournament run when he played Infiltration and almost knocked him out of a tournament. Can't remember what tournament it was. But man, seeing the way he's evolved since then to who he is now, he just gets better every time. So yeah, I hope he continues with that. But also a massive shout out to Psycho because I'm not familiar with Psycho.
Yeah, really strong showing from him.
Enough. But what a strong showing for him. Looking forward to seeing more from him.
That's an interesting pairing as well, right? Nukkali and Colleen. I don't know if it's got other characters in there.
Yeah, I've not really thought about that. I mean, Nukkali does well to cover a few matches. He does pretty okay against some characters that you forget about, like Abigail.
I guess he's a little bit stubby in the ground.
He is.
And Colleen's pretty good on the ground.
Super mobile, great buttons.
So, and you got a nice variation there in, Nukkali's got the 3-frame, the Wake Up EX, better options in that sense in terms of defense. Colleen
and V-Skill 1's pretty good for projectile matchups as well.
That's true.
Nice little trade builds V-Trigger really well.
That's true. So I suppose maybe it is a good pairing.
Yeah.
But we have our next set, which is the main event, of course. And one of these players was very successful previously on SFL. One of them didn't have a great time, but he's back, and he CJ Truth against Jewel Kevin. Jewel Kevin, of course, moving to Florida. He was involved in the SFL, did really well. Got to the finals, didn't he, last year?
Great run in the SFL, yeah.
And CJ Truth is part of Alpha 3 alongside Punk and Nephew. Of course, we saw this past weekend involved. So we're getting the full run of all these players. CJ Truth's a really exciting player, man.
Super talented kid.
Mad talented. Let's take a look at some of the clips and we'll talk through this exciting set. The main event from SFL Preseason. Kicking off with the characters that we would expect. CJ using Cammy, and we've got Jewel Kevin using Rashid. Far less character rotation in this one. They just locked it in and kept it true. It's more like a battle of attrition and like really solid neutral game, right?
Yeah, I feel like Cammy definitely edges it over Rashid. So something for Dual Kevin to consider actually in that, because he's fighting an uphill matchup. And of course, this is a great thing about CJ Truth and his approach to the game. He's got a couple of characters in his pocket.
Yeah, he was like very serious about Colleen, wasn't he? Last year, I'd say.
He was. Yeah, he tried to go exclusive Colleen at one point, which surprised me because he always had one of the strongest fundamental Cammys out there for me. I love the fact that he's introduced that back into his arsenal, and this is a great example as to why. Now, we did hear earlier from the champ himself, after winning Nephew, saying that he thinks Colleen edges it against Rashid as well. I'm less confident in that, but of course he knows more than I do.
But Cammy definitely does.
But Cammy, exactly. Cammy definitely gives Rashid a hard time. You can see in that matchup why.
Yeah.
The Crouch Fierce being nerfed definitely playing a bit of a part as well.
Yeah, there was some crazy whiff punishes on that. Like there was a whiff punish in there, I think, later on in the set where it looked like he walked up and did it. It was so long after.
Like he had all the time in the world. Like, hold on. Did he just whiff a crouch? Oh, I think I can whiff punish that. Let me just crouch me, and it still hit. So, yeah, I mean, it's still a ridiculously godlike button, but you got to be more careful how you utilize it.
Yeah, all of those, but all those fierce buttons have been significantly weakened in terms of the spacing. When you play against a character that's got incredible walk speed, like a Cammy, and Akuma's a good example as well. That they dictate the spacing as opposed to Rashid dictating the spacing. Yeah. But one of the things that I really like about CJ Truth's play is the way that he's able to turn on and off the pressure on the offense. He feels like, those high level, and Hurricane's great at this as well, just when they turn the accelerator on and put their foot on your neck, it feels inescapable. The pressure is inescapable. But he's also really good at picking when to back off and not engage and play a neutral game. There were some really sick moments as well in the highlights where you see him. He did like a walk up in neutral and then just neutral jumped. Like he walked into the space. What the hell? He walked into the space which Crouch Fierce would have controlled.
Yeah.
Because he showed the stand medium kick a lot, right? And that's such an annoying button for Cammy,
good button.
because it's -2 on block. It's impossible to whiff punish. Like human beings can't, especially not online. You can't whiff punish that button. You have to like a wish punish.
You have to interrupt it or wish punish it.
You have to have
and your wish punish is going to probably be the priority system. As opposed to actually catching a lingering.
You might catch the recovery of it somehow, like the moon. But go and buy a lottery ticket afterwards. But he walked into that space and then neutral jumped immediately, and got the punish on the Crouch Fierce. It was sick.
Huge damage and momentum as well. That was not a random neutral jump. That was like, he made him press that button. I love seeing these force plays from these players where they kind of just trick their opponent into doing these things and punish them so hard for it.
One of the cool things that I saw as well, it's actually been quite a topic of discussion on social media, was the chip kills from Dual Kevin.
Oh,
right?
man.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you were dead a long time ago before you even realised.
Yeah, but like it makes it more. What's the word I'm looking for, man? Like I don't.
You're not going to talk about the SF4 chips kill.
I hated that. Daigo knocks you down in the corner, jumps the other side, jumps on your head, and cancels into a DP, and you're already dead.
Scenarios are not so common, is what you're going to say.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're already dead, but I had to spend my whole gauge.
Yeah.
It's inescapable. There's nothing you can do about this once I touch you. But all my resources are gone to cash that out.
I quite like
I'm fine with that. Do you know what I mean? And if I don't do that, there is the possibility that you're going to touch me with a button and then activate, and then anything can happen from there. So, when I see those airtight chip out, and Rashid is so good at it as well. He's got so many. So as you said, he didn't even realise he was dead until it was too late.
Yeah, CJ started. You can see him start smiling halfway through. Hold on, am I? I'm dead. I'm dead.
Yeah.
But I mean, having said, look, you're going to hate this. It's not a counter argument, Logan. It's not a counter. Having said that, you cannot deny how incredible some of those moments were in the older games where people just evaded chip. Now, your argument that you said to me in a debate off camera is absolutely true. Those moments were stupidly rare. For the most part, you're getting chipped and you're dead. Right? But when those moments happen, they were incredibly cool.
They're still hype now, though, when people make a comeback from no health. It's not like they're not hype now, but the value of it is obviously much higher.
Yeah,
but
I mean, the evasion necessity before was crazy.
I mean, if there was chip kill in this game,
Nah, it's not on.
Drop me out.
It's not on.
There's unreactable full screen EX
Absolutely.
moves that are plus on block. It's not happening. Get knocked down by Guile in V Trigger 1. So hold forward on the stick. Hold forward on the stick. It's fine.
It's done.
But yeah, I really enjoyed that set. And CJ Truth obviously cashing it out. Great comeback though from Dual Kevin. CJ Truth getting the win though in the end, and he's got to be confident going into SFL. I'm really happy for him.
Yeah, man, he's been in great form. I think he had a great run in the was it NA West?
NA East. He got deep into the losers bracket.
Yeah,
he
had a decent run there. We expected him to do better, but
he lost to Metro M, right?
He looked a bit unfamiliar against Claw as well.
And that's like to be expected, to be honest with you. Like, how much Claw practice does anyone have unless they've got loads of them super active in the region?
Yeah, it's really funny you say that because we're so freaking exposed to Claw here because we're just idiots in the EU and just love characters that aren't necessarily top 5. Then again, Claw has improved a lot, so let's not get too carried away with that statement. But I'm really excited.
I'm really interested
back.
to see how that team does as well, right? Because like Punk's team captain, he's picked his roommate and he's picked another really talented young American player.
It's a super young team.
And it's like, you look at the other teams and they're just full of mercenaries. You don't even talk to each other. You've just gone for like the most broken players in the world that you can go for. And Punk's picked Nephew and CJ Truth, who are like, when you look at the level of players that are in there on a world stage, I mean, we saw Hot Dog and Oil King the other day. Yep. We've got Bigbird and Angrybird coming up next week. Xian's in there. Phenom, 801 Strider. All these players that are in there that have like Problem X, Evo Champ.
Infectious team as well.
Infectious' team is ridiculous as well. And it's like, yeah, I'm going to play with my guys.
Yeah,
like,
but time and time again, we've seen that Street Fighter 5 is a young boy's game, Look,
it's true.
It's a young man's game, you know? And these young bucks are the ones to watch out for.
Well, Punk looks like the genius now for backing Nephew, bro, because
you know what I mean?
He's in there. He's in the cup.
I guarantee CJ Truth is going to be exposed to a lot of that training that Nephew's been getting as well, just to make sure they're a formidable force. Listen, I think those guys...
There's a lot on the line for SFO. It's not like a little...
Big
little
things
change,
this time
bruv.
around. Big things this time around. So, and everyone's taking it very seriously. So,
and you got all of the exciting stuff happening. We missed it because it was the other week, but you saw one of the clips in the cliplet section from the SFL qualifiers. Because the way that they put their teams together in Japan, the SFL Japan,
totally
very, very different system. So I'm really looking forward to it this year. Last year it was kind of a bit of a wash because, you had voting players, it was limited to America only. Now we've got Japan versus the rest of the world, which I guess when you look at Capcom Cup, that's kind of what it is anyway.
yeah,
right?
I like
15 Japanese
I love
players.
the fact they've actually stayed true to what
and
it is.
17 rest of the world.
That's it.
That's what Capcom Cup was last year. Well, we're getting that at SFL now. Japan versus the rest of the world. I'm really excited to see it.
I can't wait, and I think the fact that last year was the way it was the way it was supposed to be. It was a testing ground,
Yeah.
You saw these really generic uniforms set up. Capcom, we know what you're doing. We know what you were doing. Yeah,
Team
come
Psycho.
on, esports team, sponsor the hell out of it.
Team Frost.
And it's worked, and I can't wait to see.
Ever evolving, and let's credit to Capcom. I know we're on a Capcom channel right now, but they're trying new things. Like they were first out the door with a tour this year.
Yeah.
No one's even doing a tour this year, by the way. There's exhibitions and stuff going on in various other games. Capcom came out early doors, and yes, there's teething problems, but we got a tour. We've got something to watch every week.
Absolutely.
We've got storylines that we're giving them. They let us do this show where we can tell the stories of the players, shine light on the communities around the world as well. Look at some of the community events. Boy, we're not even looking at just the tour. We're looking at weeklies. We're looking at charity events put together. We're looking at the interesting regional events that would otherwise never be seen by thousands of people on this channel. So, all credit to them. They're experimenting stuff. They're trying new stuff out. They're willing to listen to feedback and change it up. And, SFL from the last few seasons to this one, bruv, when I saw them announce the players that were involved in this, I'm like, this is what I want. Fire! This is what I wanted from team tournaments was, on the Thursday at a major.
Yeah.
And it's like, Daigo and his two brethren are playing against three men from America that have got together, like kind of like the Canada Cup team tournament we had.
Canada Cup team tournament.
Do you know
exactly.
what I mean?
Nothing like it.
That team tournament there, where it's like everyone's having a bit of fun. They might have had a couple of adult beverages as well, and everyone's well, shout out to Kichipamu, the legend. But yeah, that's what I like. I want to see the best players in the world having fun and playing about
it's
it.
absent at the moment. It's absent. A lot of the environments we're exposed to right now don't have it. So to have team tournaments back in this humongous way may be the most exciting thing that's happened to Street Fighter since its inception.
I'm just hungry to see the best players in the world play each other, and we're not getting that because everything's region locked. It's all online.
It makes
I
it
don't
that
get
more
to
important.
see Europe versus America versus Korea. You know, we're not getting that versus Singapore versus blah blah blah. It's all there. It's all coming together, man. I'm excited for it. Hopefully, we get some more announcements on what's happening with that. But you're going to be getting the pre-seasons every week. Speaking of every week, we're not here next week because there is no Pro Tour event. We have reached the halfway point of the season. We know 9 of the players that are going to be going to Capcom Cup, including iDom the champ. There are 10 more for us to determine. And then the last one is a public vote. So we're going to be back in 2 weeks' time as we start the cycle once again, coming back with NA East 2. Who's going to take that one? Is iDom going to enter again? Is Metro M going to be getting involved? Will we see CJ Truth make another push? What's going to happen?
I hope so.
Registration is still open right now. Is the mayor of Duff City going to come out? Who knows what's going to happen? NA East 2 in 2 weeks. We'll be back with round 1 for that. And, of course, we will be recapping in 2 weeks' time here on Fighting Words after NA East 2. Hopefully you enjoyed the show tonight. It's been a pleasure bringing you this show. We love doing it. It's great to talk about Street Fighter. I know you guys love talking about it as well. Let's keep the vibes going, and we'll be back real soon. Myself and F Words. Take care.
One love, peeps.